the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, Loom maintains the world? Just as the two were about to fight, there was a knock on the door of the secret room. Bang! Hello? Is anyone there? Cross and Reggae were stunned. This is the safe house of the Mutual Aid Association in Los Angeles. The confidentiality level is very high. Unless it is a core member like Reggae and Cross, ordinary people have no way of knowing it. Bang! I went in when no one said anything, then, without waiting for the people inside to answer, the door of the secret room was kicked open with a bang. Cross and Reggae were both dumbfounded. This door is a 3-centimeter thick steel plate. As the door was kicked open, a man in a luxurious suit walked in like that, as if he was walking into his own home, without any awareness of illegal intrusion. When Cross and Reggae saw the face of the person who came in, their first reaction was that this guy was so handsome. The second reaction was, who the hell is this? They were sure that they definitely didn't know this guy. But the person who came in seemed to be very familiar with Reggae. I didn't expect you to have an accomplice, the person said to Reggae. Cross looked at Reggae and signaled with his eyes, your friend. Reggae shook his head. I don't know him. Who is this? The person who came was naturally Hannibal. He finally noticed a body on the ground. Are you fighting among yourselves? Reggae raised his hand and pointed his gun at Hannibal. Who are you? Hannibal seemed very surprised. Oh? I didn't introduce myself. Then Hannibal bowed very elegantly, and the action was more noble than that of aristocrats. In short, Kai is committed to making Hannibal a strong character, very dramatic, that kind of beast in human clothing, the feeling of a cultural hooligan. Your Highness, Hannibal. I'm very sorry to bother you, Hannibal. Cross and Reggae looked at each other. They are killers. Apart from their work, they rarely pay attention to other things. So they are not sure what this Hannibal does. They have seen Hopkins's The Silence of the Lambs, but, how to say it, it's too surreal, and they don't associate it with that. What do you want to do? Hannibal responded with impeccable etiquette, kill you. Now even Cross pointed his gun at Hannibal. Huh? Kai seemed surprised that Cross pointed his gun at him. Weren't you two going to fight just now? Now, you're reconciled. Cross was also a little embarrassed. He was acting completely subconsciously. After all, he had just betrayed and had not had time to change his mindset. But Cross was not interested in explaining to Hannibal. You are dangerous? This was the truth. Cross felt endless malice from Hannibal, as if the two of them had become prey, being targeted by a hunter with a bad character and cruelty. He felt that the blood in his body was cold. If you talk like this, you will be easily beaten, Mr. Cross. Did you hear our conversation just now? Cross immediately analyzed from Kai's words that the guy in front of him heard their conversation just now. After all, he called out his code name in one breath. Although it's a bit rude, I can assure you that I didn't mean it. Hannibal raised his hand and swore, my target is this Mr. Reggae. I just didn't expect to meet an uninvited guest. Various thoughts flashed through the mind of the Cross. The man in front of him gave the Cross a very, very bad feeling. The evil aura emanating from him had already made the Cross classify him as an unforgivable person. He thought about whether to enforce justice for the heavens. Reggae was even more puzzled. Why did this guy want to deal with him? He swore that he had never seen this person. It was even more impossible to have any intersection with him. Why do you want to kill me? Well, this question. As a killer, you actually asked such a question. How can I answer it? Hannibal supported his chin and said a little embarrassedly. Shouldn't you have been aware of this in your line of work? As he said that, Hannibal pulled out a black dagger from somewhere. The dagger was extremely black, without a trace of reflection, and even the light passing through the sword would be absorbed. So, are you ready to go? Without any hesitation, the tall and strong Reggae's heartbeat accelerated instantly, his physical strength burst out, and his strong body rushed towards Hannibal, and he wanted to pull the trigger without hesitation. At this time, he felt a pain in his arm and his eyes blurred. One of his arms was separated from his body. His heart was beating at a high speed, so his body was now like a high-pressure water pump, and his blood pressure was astonishingly high. Ordinary people like him would have had cerebral congestion long ago, but due to the training of the Mutual Aid Association, Each of these famous killers has a different body from ordinary people, so the blood vessels couldn't withstand it. But now, the whole arm was cut off, which would be fatal. Blood spurted out like it was free. Have you seen what happens after a fire hydrant is opened? At this moment, Reggae is like a fire hydrant, but it is blood that spurts out. In just 2 seconds, Reggae knelt down, holding his shoulder. His face was extremely pale. No matter how strong a man is, he can't stand such blood loss. Who are you? Reggae now wants to know why he was killed. You're rude. Didn't I introduce myself just now? Hannibal said perfunctorily, as if he was talking to an unreasonable kid. Why? Reggae felt his vision was a little blurry. He still didn't realize how the other party cut off one of his arms. This was too depressing for a proud mutual aid killer. More importantly, he still didn't know why the other party came to trouble him. Originally, you wouldn't die so easily. I still have something to ask you. But, Hannibal looked at the cross on the side. It seems that you are no longer needed now. After saying that, Hannibal raised a hand and placed it in front of Reggae. Atone for your sins, sinner. Hannibal's injury suddenly emitted a group of dark and sticky black smoke, which kept wriggling and gathering, and finally turned into 2 huge monsters. No, Reggae didn't know what it was, but he instinctively felt fear, and his instincts kept urging him to run away. Otherwise, he would face a future more terrible than death. Knowing that using physical energy again would only make him die faster, Reggae, who followed his instinct, didn't care about that. He entered physical energy again, and his tall body rushed out the door at a speed that was completely contrary to common sense. Want to leave? It's too late, the voice continued to ring in the room, making Reggae and Cross feel very uncomfortable, as if they were talking to the god of death. The last thing Reggae heard when he was dragged into the darkness was a violent and joyful barking of dogs. After that, all that was left was endless pain and wailing. Cross looked at his former apprentice in horror, who was dragged into the shadows like that, and then let out a chilling wail. Every famous killer began to receive anti-torture training at the beginning of his training. The so-called anti-torture training is to be constantly beaten and tortured. Anyway, Cross himself was tied to a chair by his instructor and tortured for 3 months. As long as the killers passed the test, every one of them was a tough guy who could roll on the nail-board bed without changing his face. If it was a normal torture method, it would have no effect on them. But now Reggae let out a wail that even Cross was frightened of. It is conceivable how horrible the pain he experienced was. Kai did not care about the entertainment activities of the 2 hounds. After all, they had been suppressed for a long time, and they had to be allowed to vent. It seems that you are not afraid at all. Hannibal looked at Cross with interest. He was the first person who could remain calm after seeing the Hound of Tyndalis. Cross put down the gun in his hand and made a friendly gesture. You didn't attack me at the first time, which means that I am not your target. In this case, why should I be afraid? And, if you really want to kill me, it seems that fear is useless. Hannibal smiled. I like you. In fact, I like all smart people because communication will be very smooth and no extra cost is required. Me too. Because smart people rarely do unnecessary things, such as killing me. Very good, it seems that we have reached a consensus. Hannibal found a chair and sat down. Then he saw the body of the tailor shop owner. He gestured to the Cross. Mind if I take care of it, this? Of course not, that's good. After saying that, Hannibal snapped his fingers. The shadow under his feet seemed to come alive and swallowed up the body of the tailor shop owner in an instant. Okay, let's do some serious work. After doing all this, Hannibal said to the Cross. What do you want to know? Everything. Then the Cross began to explain to Kai what the Mutual Aid Society is and why he betrayed. I believe that the loom of fate can ensure that the trajectory of the world's operation will not deviate from the track, and I still believe it now. So the Assassin's League should disappear from this world. Sloane's name should disappear from the loom of fate. When saying this, the Cross exuded the light of a religious fanatic martyr. Kai had seen this kind of people in his previous life. They were not some vicious people, but a group of old women brainwashed by a cult. That year, the police station became a joke in the whole country. Once, they caught a cult leader who was preaching in the countryside, and then a group of old women who were brainwashed by the cult blocked the door of the police station and said a lot of ridiculous things. In the end, if the political work department hadn't used its eloquence to persuade them, it would have been easy for a mass incident to happen. But even so, many of these people are still obsessed. They have believed in this cult for many years. It's a headache. In Kai's opinion, Cross basically belongs to this group. Brainwashed people can no longer distinguish right from wrong. He doesn't like those overly fanatical believers, especially those who don't take their own lives seriously. Because usually such people don't take other people's lives seriously. Confirm one last time, the loom you mentioned is not a code name or something like that, but a real loom, right? Cross looked at Kai with some dissatisfaction. If he couldn't beat him, Cross would definitely teach this guy in front of him what politeness is. The Loom of Destiny is the sacred object of the Assassin's League. It will guide the assassins to eliminate the bad guys who will cause chaos in the world in the future. It has existed for 200 years. Every week, it will type out a name, and the owner of that name will be eliminated, which will maintain the normal operation of the world. Kai shook his head in disbelief. What era is this? There are still people who believe in this kind of thing, letting a loom decide a person's life and death. There must be something wrong with the brains of these people. Kai thought for a while. Have you ever assassinated Hitler? The Cross nodded. According to the organization's archives, we did so. Unfortunately, we failed. And it also caused the organization to be retaliated by the fascists, and its strength was greatly damaged. In the end, it could only come to the United States to settle down. Did they really assassinate Hitler? Kai was extremely surprised. Of course, Kai still expressed doubts. After all, it was many years ago. Besides, Hitler had experienced too many assassinations in his life. That mutual aid society insisted that they had done it. Who could prove that they didn't? What about Kennedy? Kai was just curious about this question. After all, this unsolved case was already very famous in the previous life. It was said that it would be decrypted before Kai traveled through time, but that bastard actually extended the confidentiality period. It's really. Cross said puzzledly, what does this have to do with the Assassin's League? We only do what the Loom of Destiny arranges. To kill those who may endanger the world. Kennedy almost had a fight with the Soviet Union and triggered a world war. Doesn't this count as endangering the world? Seeing that Kai still didn't believe it, Cross said seriously, people woven by the Loom of Destiny will definitely endanger the world. Our mission is to eliminate them. I have seen what those guys who were not killed did. Kai smiled and asked with doubt, according to what you said, you killed those who deserved to die before they endangered the world? How do you judge that person will endanger the world? Just rely on that loom? Isn't it too hasty? The safety of the world actually depends on a loom. This is terrible. Have you considered the feelings of others? Perhaps Kai's words really offended Cross's bottom line. He actually yelled at Kai with a ferocious face, shut up. Kai was stunned by this scene. Oh, he has become braver. Then a group of dark smoke came out of Kai's body, and countless scarlet eyes opened in the smoke, each staring at the Cross with malice. But the Cross stood up very bravely and pulled out 2 guns. It looked like it was going to fight to the death. Kai looked at the Cross jokingly and asked maliciously, is my name on the loom? After all, do you think I look like a good person who follows the rules? Indeed, no matter from which aspect, Kai's current appearance basically matches the image of a psychopath, a murderer, and a demon. Adding the hellhound, it makes people feel even worse. If the loom is really that magical, then Hannibal or Kai's name should be on the list. But from what he overheard before, it is obvious that Kai's name is not on the list. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the loom is real. But Kai absolutely does not believe this statement. After all, no matter how unreliable God is, he will not possess a loom. He believed that there must be a reasonable explanation. Then, without waiting for the Cross to explain, Kai asked again, so, according to you, you joined an assassin organization and killed people for charity according to the instructions of a loom. Where did you get the money for your meals? This is the biggest loophole in this matter. Being a killer is not a business without capital. In fact, any powerful killer needs a team behind him. Otherwise, where does the intelligence come from? Where does the weapon equipment come from? How to solve daily training? How to get various safe houses? These are not things that can be solved by just talking. All of this requires money. Let's not talk about what's going on now. According to the Cross, Sloan is really engaged in the business of killing people, so there is naturally a source of funds, but what about before? What about before Sloan betrayed? Where did the money come from? The Cross was stunned for a moment and said, we have a weaving factory, a slaughterhouse, and donations from believers. Kai was speechless. The Cross was just saying that their organization had a total of 200 or 300 people, and most of them were killers. Even if these people don't want wages, they can eat. drink, defecate, and train with weapons. Would that require a huge amount of money? Weaving mills. At a time when American manufacturing is being completely relocated abroad, labor-intensive industries like weaving mills have no advantages in the United States at all. As for slaughterhouses, forget it. This thing can make money, but looking at the equipment and clothes on these people, it's not something a slaughterhouse can afford. As for believers, forget it. Although the United States is indeed a country where cults are prevalent, there shouldn't be many people stupid enough to believe in a loom, right? Chapter 527, Bluff. The most obvious example is Shaolin Temple. How famous is Shaolin Temple in China? It is well known to everyone. There is nothing wrong with that. But a place with such a big reputation has to go public to raise funds for development and to promote Buddhism. Where can you raise funds for the Loom sect, which does not even have a single believer? Kai guessed that this organization has always been engaged in this kind of business of killing people to make money, but it has always selected targets before, such as those who have committed heinous crimes. After all, how many rich people are not covered in blood? How many of the accumulations of primitive capital are clean? It's just that when Sloane came to power, this guy obviously went too far and started to eat both black and white, so fanatics like Cross found out, and then, of course, Hannibal didn't tell Cross about this guess, because there was no need. You can't wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. The last question is, who wants to kill Officer Kai and the child? And where is the murderer? Didn't you say it's just one question? Don't worry about these details, I did know about this mission. It was ordered by a policeman named Norman, but I don't know where he is. I only know that he was hidden by a man named Guzman, although he couldn't give detailed information, it was enough. Guzman. It's really interesting. Kai found that the recent events have become very interesting, all entangled. And it just so happens that Hannibal has come out to act, so let Kai do everything. Anyway, Kai can't do anything to this guy without evidence, so it's better to let Hannibal do it. Although he can't enforce justice, Kai has always been a result-oriented person. As long as the result is good, it's enough. Perhaps Hannibal's performance is too conspicuous, which makes the Cross very curious. Can I ask you a question? Hannibal looked at the Cross with interest. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? No, just try it. There's no loss anyway. Ha ha ha, you're really interesting, Hannibal laughed. Indeed, I don't intend to kill you. After all, I am also very annoyed by this mutual aid association, but I don't have time to pay attention to them for the time being. It's just right that you can find something for them to do. You can ask me a question. Remember, only one question, you were not like that just now. This is not fair, Cross said unhappily. He could see that the mysterious man in front of him did not have the intention to kill him. So he was a little bolder. Hey, is this your first day in society? Don't be like a child. Nothing is fair in the real world. Ask quickly. I'm in a hurry. That policeman, what does he have to do with you? If you say yes, yes, and if you say no, no, what kind of answer is this? No, at least give me a definite answer. Okay, Kai sorted out his words and then said, do you like drama, huh? Kai is the male protagonist in my drama. No one can kill him except me. Do you understand? Drama, male protagonist, are you serious? Cross was a little confused. Humph, mediocre, Hannibal disdained to explain. Okay, Cross determined that Hannibal was a psychopath. Treating other people's lives as a drama is either a psychopath or an egomaniac. Little did he know that Hannibal also believed that the Cross was a fool. After all, he went to believe in a loom. How could he not be stupid? Okay, I'm leaving. You are very interesting. But it's a pity that you can't join my drama and become an important supporting role. In short, don't die easily. If possible, I will join you in the drama I arranged, which must be very interesting. Before he finished speaking, Kai was swallowed by the shadow, leaving only the lingering sound. After confirming that the person was really gone, the Cross collapsed on the chair. It's a lie to say that he is not afraid. Hannibal always gave him an endless malice. The momentum that seemed to kill him at any time made him feel like sitting on the edge of a knife, and his whole body was tense and he dared not slack off. Now he felt that he had saved his life. On the other side, Kai was comforting two restless Tyndalus hounds. The previous reggae was at most a teething stick, but the Cross was a naked feast for the Tyndalus hounds. His soul is pure and full of dedication. The soul quality of this kind of person is very high. The devil likes this kind of pure soul that believes in justice and has a spirit of sacrifice. Otherwise, how can it be said that devout clergy and devils are mortal enemies? Because in the eyes of the devil, their souls are extremely delicious. Before, the two hounds had always been extremely eager for the cross, staring at him all the time, and wanted to pounce on him and hold him in their mouths to torture him. But Kai stopped him. Although Kai didn't know the cross, he could see that he was just a simple fool and a good person. Naturally, he would not allow the hounds to hurt him. Wait, there will be a feast soon. Wait a minute, Kai comforted the hounds while rushing towards Guzman's lair. Guzman's lair is a car repair shop. It is also the largest underground modification factory in the entire southern district. To the outside world, it operates illegal vehicle modification and various black car transactions. At first, Guzman bought the surrounding factories simply as a cover, but he didn't expect that he found that doing this kind of business was actually very profitable. Many people know that the United States is a country built on wheels. It is not an exaggeration to say that the United States is a country that lives on wheels. About 100 years ago, the United States became a country on wheels because of the train invented by Stephenson and the cheap car improved by Ford. After World War II, the United States, which became the world's first power, has a total population of about 280 million, but has 270 million cars. Correspondingly, the supporting services such as car sales in the United States are also very complete. The procedure for buying a car is very simple. In the United States, if you have no hesitation in the model and price, buying a car is as easy as pie. Usually, as long as you bring your driver's license and sufficient means of payment, you can drive your favorite car home. At the same time, it has also spawned a lot of car-related cultures. Among them, modified cars are the most popular sport. Basically, modified cars are very expensive. Often, the money used to modify a car can buy several cars of the same model. In addition, black cars are also very popular. Because this kind of car is often cheaper. So Guzman's car repair shop made a fortune. Guzman is a superstitious person. He thinks that this place is inexplicably popular and will definitely bring good luck. It is similar to Feng Shui in China. So he simply put his nest here, and when his younger brothers have nothing to do, they can learn to repair cars, which is also a survival skill. But recently, Guzman feels that he has started to have bad luck. First, the supplier he cooperated with actually began to tighten the supply, which is not good. Then the cooperation with Norman also had problems, and Norman directly fled to the end of the world and asked for help. Although this guy's way of asking for help made him very unhappy, in order to fight to the death, Norman had to hold his nose and cooperate with him. Then the matter of killing the inner ghost 7 years ago was actually turned up. The body was thrown into the sea and soaked for 7 years, and it was washed ashore. Isn't this bad luck? Fortunately, he solved the insider. Finally, for a while, the police have no evidence to move against him. But the killer is always a disaster, and it must be solved as soon as possible. But now the killer is heavily protected by the police, and there is no chance to do anything to him. Thinking of this, Guzman's head hurts. Thinking about these things, Guzman decided not to think about it for the time being. Anyway, the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. The killer hadn't even seen him, so even if he testified against him, it would only be in direct evidence. No need to worry too much. He planned to relax. He remembered that the Eastern European gang had brought in another batch of Eastern European goods. There were many advantages of Maomé, such as fair skin, high nose bridge, three-dimensional facial features, and long legs. The quality was very high, and Maomé mode was also very popular in the United States. It was just right to find a few Maomé to relax today. Just when he picked up the phone and planned to ask his men to prepare the car, he discovered something strange. It was so quiet. This was a car repair shop. Because the business was so good, there were all kinds of mechanical sounds here day and night. After all, it was a black business, so it was naturally impossible to run it like a regular factory, from 9 to 5. Most of the people working in Guzman's car repair shop were illegal immigrants. He paid much higher wages than regular factories, so these illegal immigrants were naturally willing to work overtime. Anyway, there was no union organization to protest against him. But at this moment, it was quiet outside. This was very abnormal. Chapter 528 Guzman. Tommy, feeling uneasy, Guzman began to call his close brother. But what made him feel palpitating was that his trusted brother did not come as usual. The name Tommy looks cute, but in fact Tommy is a super strong man who is 2 meters tall and weighs more than 400 kilograms. He used to be a wrestler, but his career ended after he accidentally killed his opponent, and he was sued for drinking too much before the game. Guzman met this man in prison who looked honest but had a very violent personality. They became good friends, and during Guzman's short prison career, Tommy helped him become a prison bully. After that, Guzman paid a lawyer to get Tommy out, and Tommy followed him all the time, inseparable. But now, Tommy didn't respond at all. Something happened. Although Guzman couldn't think of anything that could make Tommy, a super wrestler, disappear silently. But the facts are here, and he must find a way. The next moment, Guzman opened his drawer and took out an M500. The M500 revolver, known as the most powerful pistol in the world, is the M500 revolver from Smith & Wesson in the United States. The M500 revolver is also very famous in the world of pistols, and its fame comes from its large caliber. This gun has a caliber of 0.50 inches, that is, 12.7 millimeters, and fires .50 Magnum high-powered pistol bullets. Because the bullets are too large, the general revolver chamber can hold 6 rounds of bullets, but this one can only hold 5. However, this thing is so powerful that it has no military practical value. After all, few people can withstand the terrible recoil of this gun. This thing is used to hunt large prey. It is no problem to kill a cow with one shot. Of course, there are no large animals in the world for it to hunt now, and those endangered animals are too busy to protect them. The M500 large caliber revolver has a total length of 457 millimeters, a barrel length of 266 millimeters, and a total height of 165 millimeters. The empty gun weighs 2.32 kilograms, which is close to the weight of a micro-submachine gun. The grip is made of polymer material. In any way, it is indeed a cannon among pistols. Guzman's gun is more for collection than for practical use. The gun body is decorated with gorgeous patterns, and the handle is made of ivory, which is very expensive at first glance. But he really likes this gun very much, and he feels safe holding it in his hand. Of course, in order to deal with accidents, he also took an M1911. He walked out of the office carefully and found that the factory was extremely dark, and even only the dim emergency lights emitted a little light, so as not to plunge the entire factory into darkness. It was quiet outside. There was no business at all. Not only the sound of machinery, but also the normal chirping of insects and birds. Guzman felt like he had walked into a cemetery, and there was endless malice hidden in the silence. Is anyone there? Guzman never thought he was timid. He was a drug dealer, and he had seen too many dead people. He had killed many people in his life. He was not afraid of the living, so why would he be afraid of the dead? Before today, he did not think he would be afraid. But now, he was really afraid. Everything in front of him was too weird. So he wanted to find someone else to give him courage. Pa, a round of applause. Guzman shuddered. Who's there, Pa? Another round of applause. Guzman was even more flustered when he heard no answer. He did not look like a powerful gangster now, but like an elderly woman who had just watched a horror movie and was afraid to go to the toilet alone. That look was particularly ridiculous. Pa, this sound was no longer applause, but the sound of turning on the lights. For a moment, the whole factory was lit up. But this did not bring any comfort to Guzman, because the whole factory was full of blood. The blood was flowing freely in the factory, and many places were still dripping with blood. This means that the bloodstains are still fresh. Snap! A sound of leather shoes hitting the ground was heard. Guzman looked up. He found that a man in a suit appeared in the factory building at some point. Snap! The man did not speak, but slowly walked towards Guzman. Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost? Guzman raised his gun. Stop! The man really stopped. The man looked up and observed the surroundings, and sighed a little helplessly. You guys are playing too much? This will make me very embarrassed. As if to respond to the man, heavy roars came from the dark places where the lights could not reach, and there were also traces of wailing from hell. Guzman listened and immediately pointed his gun at those places, but soon he gave up. The sound came from all directions. Who are you? Guzman could only hope that the only person in front of him could give him an answer, and it would be best if the answer was what he wanted to hear, such as everything was a joke. Guzman, this time, The man finally responded to him directly. I am. That's good. It seems that these two guys are reliable and didn't kill you as well. The man seemed to be relieved. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hannibal, Nibel. Guzman felt that his mind was a little stuck. His first reaction was, the silence of the lambs. Tisk, you are so annoying. Kai felt that he was despised. What the hell, why is it always this reaction? Is the popularity of Hannibal, the Chicago cannibal, so low? Unexpectedly, this made Guzman shudder and react. There is another Hannibal in this world. He is also a cannibal. The key is that this person is not from the movie, but real. You are Hannibal. Yes, I am. Hannibal, played by Kai, was too tired to complain. Forget it, don't dwell on this little problem. Come on, friend. I want to ask you a few questions. Bang 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 bang. Unexpectedly, Hannibal was responded with 5 consecutive bullets. Guzman was strong, and all 5 bullets hit Kai's body. But Guzman was not happy at all, but became more terrified. Because the bullet was swallowed by the shadows the moment it touched Hannibal, and Hannibal was unharmed. Tisk. This is not good. I thought our conversation would be more civilized. But you made a bad choice, a very bad choice. As he spoke, dark and sticky black smoke-like things rose from Hannibal's body. Don't come over. Don't come over. Help. Help. This night is destined to be restless. Chapter 529 Liberation. At the same time, Stark was in his villa in Malibu. Tony was still in his underground laboratory. Pepper would handle the things outside, so he didn't need to make trouble. It's not that Pepper didn't ask him to help, but this guy was really making trouble. Of course Pepper knew that Tony was doing it on purpose. He was a genius and a versatile person, and he also knew how to run a company. It's just that when he had something more interesting, the company would be put on the back burner. What he was most interested in now was the ironmonger in front of him, or more precisely, the several injuries on Ironmonger's body. Looking at the perspective view of Ironmonger projected by Jarvis on the virtual light screen, he murmured, each time, the cuts were made at the exposed joints of Ironmonger, or some control lines were cut off. These attacks were very targeted and basically destroyed Ironmonger's mobility. Jarvis, yes, sir. Comparing the video taken at the time, it can be confirmed that Batman has a considerable understanding of the structure of Ironmonger. Tony's scalp was a little numb. When has this guy seen the Mark I? Did he hack into my security system to monitor me? Jarvis, the system has no signs of being hacked. Maybe Batman got the Mark I design through other channels, such as Mr. Abate, Jarvis reminded. Abate, Tony's face immediately became complicated. He only trusted 3 people in his life, Abate, Pepper and Happy, and perhaps Kai. For him, trust is an extremely rare and scarce resource, but among these few people, there is still a person who betrayed him. He once regarded Abate as his mentor and relative, but Abate wanted to kill him. Tony quickly drove away this little emotion. By the way, speaking of Abate, he remembered something. He ordered Jarvis, make a new security plan for the villa. After hesitating, he continued, all the security personnel of the villa go home for vacation and wait for investigation. He couldn't trust these security now. A few nights ago, Abate almost killed him, but the security guards didn't find anything unusual. If he hadn't been lucky, he might have really died. This made Tony realize his own fragility. After all, if he was classified according to normal people, he was also a disabled person. Without wearing an iron armor, he was too fragile. Therefore, he now attaches great importance to security. It seems that even those who have no problems after a comprehensive investigation must be retrained. Thinking of this, he didn't continue. This matter also takes time. It is better to continue studying Batman now. He is really curious about Batman's true identity. In fact, he has always been very curious, and he has a bad habit. Once he is curious about something, he will want to find out the truth thoroughly, which is a bit like obsessive-compulsive disorder. Haven't you found any clues about Batman yet? Sorry, sir. I still have no clues about Batman. But I have analyzed his armor. Oh? Tell me about it. Tony thought this should be a clue. As long as he finds out the technology of Batman's armor, he may be able to find out the truth by following the clues. After analyzing the Batman battle video, I found at least 5 very cutting-edge technologies, including electromagnetic acoustic wave oscillation, magnetic suspension, laser cutting, high-efficiency energy-absorbing alloys, and polymer memory fabrics. Well, that's a good idea. What about the energy source? I'm sorry, sir, that suit of armor has an anti-scanning coating, so I can't do a deep scan. But I guess it won't be long before his energy source will be replaced by the arc reactor. Of course, my work is the most perfect. Indeed, if it's purely based on technical content, you are indeed better, sir. After all, judging from the movements of the bat armor at the time, his armor should use force feedback armor. Just for this reason, you win. Bingo. I've always been the winner, but judging from the results, Batman's combat power is stronger. I feel that this is due to the difference between individuals, Jarvis said very honestly. You mean, he is stronger than me? Yes, sir. There is no doubt about this. After all, you haven't undergone special combat training. Jarvis almost said directly that Tony was a rookie. Obviously, Tony's uncontrollable competitive spirit was hurt by his smart butler's complaints. Contact happy for me. I need the best fighter in the world to train me tomorrow. Excuse me, your current physical condition is not suitable for this kind of high-intensity training. What do you mean? Tony was immediately angry when his butler complained about his poor physical condition. I just scanned your physical condition and found something very bad. You have palladium poisoning? What? Tony was scared. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? I only found out during the last scan of your body. After all, there are 2 pounds of palladium in your chest, which greatly affected my scan. So I can only find it when enough palladium has accumulated in your body. Jarvis said that he would not take the blame. Tony's first reaction was to remove the thing from his chest, but he immediately thought that if he removed the thing, he would probably die faster than palladium poisoning. In fact, the current symptoms are not serious. If you stop using the armor, you will have a lot of time to solve this problem. If you continue to use the mark armor with a large load, the intense energy demand will rapidly increase the consumption of the palladium core, thereby aggravating the accumulation of toxins, leading to insufficient body metabolism, and thus showing symptoms of poisoning, and finally endangering life. This means that if the palladium arc reactor is used to maintain life, the toxins produced will not pose a physical hazard to Tony, let alone endanger his life. In addition, Tony has discovered that chlorophyll can alleviate the effects of toxins to a certain extent, creating a balance between metabolism and toxin accumulation. As long as Tony does not use the mark armor, this balance will always exist and will not be broken, and Tony will naturally be safe. Do you mean for me to abandon my identity as Iron Man? I'm just giving advice. Impossible. A not-so-good experience made Tony experience life and death, but it also gave Tony the opportunity to be reborn, from a playboy to a superhero with a sense of social responsibility, and also made a profit-seeking arms dealer become a guardian of world peace. In addition to the transformation of Tony's own level of consciousness, all of this is the stage provided by the mark armor for Tony. When wearing the mark armor, Tony is the Iron Man that everyone is paying attention to, and when taking off the armor, Tony is just an ordinary person. However, when a person realizes a higher level of belief, it is actually difficult to give up, even if he sacrifices everything for it. After seeing the vastness of the sea, how can he be willing to live at the bottom of the well? Therefore, after Tony became Iron Man, whether from an individual or a responsibility, he would not choose to take off the armor and become an ordinary person who does nothing and has no beliefs again. This is his belief and his enlightenment. Then, I suggest that you start looking for new elements to replace palladium. Tony touched his stubble and snapped his fingers. Then do it. Of course, I have another suggestion, sir. Say it. Tony is always so confident in himself, and he never doubts that he can't solve this problem. Have an operation and take out those shrapnel from your chest. Jarvis gave the most reliable advice. After all, if this is the case, there is no need to put the arc reactor into the body. Naturally, poisoning will not occur. After all, external energy death is safe and feasible, and that is what Ironmonger did. In fact, there is another way, but Jarvis did not mention it, and Tony did not think about it. That is Dr. Ethan's solution, using batteries. Of course, this is just a nickname, and other power sources are also fine. Anyway, it is enough to absorb the shrapnel. And there is no doubt that batteries cannot support Tony to use the mark armor at all. There is almost no difference in the actual effect between the two. Even ordinary batteries cannot provide emergency protection for Tony. After all, the palladium element arc reactor can still provide Tony with the opportunity to use the mark armor in times of crisis. More importantly, this is too low class, and Tony would rather die of poisoning. Surgery, to be honest, Tony has considered this option. After all, he is not a special fetishist who likes to put some strange things in his body. He doesn't even plan to put earrings, let alone shrapnel so close to his heart. Unfortunately, there are very few doctors in the world who can remove those shrapnel safely. To be precise, there is only one. No, it should be half. Why half? Well, what's his name? Steve Strange. How is he? He should be called Stephen Strange, Jarvis reminded. Oh, really? Tony was not embarrassed at all because he remembered someone's name wrong. How is he doing recently? Speaking of which, I don't know whether Tony is unlucky or Stephen Strange is unlucky. Not long after Tony returned to the United States and planned to make an appointment with this top surgeon, this guy had a car accident. Stephen Strange, the most famous surgeon at New York General Hospital, has outstanding skills and is in his prime. With his superb medical skills, he is praised by the outside world as God's gift to the surgical world. He is the doctor most likely to complete Tony's chest surgery. His condition is very bad. The car accident ruined his medical career. Both hands, which he relied on for survival, were shattered and fractured. It is very likely that he will never be able to pick up a scalpel again. Well, let's bless this unlucky guy. Tony didn't know that the person he gloated over would have a very deep entanglement with him in the future. No, sir. This is not good news for you. Jarvis reminded Tony that his bad luck was not good for Tony at all. No, I prefer to solve the problem myself. I don't feel comfortable handing my body to someone I don't know, no matter how famous this person is. I believe in myself more. Tony's pride is sometimes very unreasonable. So, the most important thing for a person is to see the situation clearly. You see, I didn't intend to kill you. Why bother? 3 o'clock in the morning is said to be the heaviest time of the day when wild dogs will start to blow dog snails. It is also the time when the probability of death in the hospital is the highest. To explain it in a pseudoscientific way, ghosts are a kind of magnetic field. They can absorb energy and develop. 3 o'clock in the morning is when the human body's energy is weakest, so it is the easiest to encounter ghosts. Coincidentally, there are similar sayings abroad. They call 3 o'clock in the morning the darkest hour. It is said that Jesus also died at this time. In short, this is the worst time of the day. If someone breaks in here at this time, they will definitely think that they have encountered something dirty at this time. Because now this kind of place has become a hell. Blood soaked the entire factory building, and the broken bones were scattered everywhere. Among those broken body parts, there are still broken heads with two expressions of despair and relief. It is hard to imagine that these two expressions can appear on the same face. Deep inside the factory, a figure that could be called a humanoid was lying in a pool of blood, and next to him was Hannibal. The humanoid was Guzman. Anyone who saw him now would be shocked by his terrifying vitality. His limbs were all torn off, his abdomen was opened, half of his internal organs had disappeared, and almost 4/5 of his intestines were missing, but his remaining heart and half of his lungs were still beating. His skull was opened, one eye was removed, his nose was missing, and his 2 lips were gone. Only the bare gums were left. Tisk tisk. It's really too cruel, you guys. I can't imagine how much of a sensation this would cause if it was discovered. In the end, I still have to take the blame. I feel very wronged, okay, no matter what, Kai would not be so perverted and do so many tricks. These were indeed the work of the Tindalus hounds. Because they lost the cross, a high-quality food, their tempers became very bad. Kai promised in advance that he would give them a chance to relax, so he didn't intend to stop them from the beginning. At that time, the 2 hounds ran happily into Guzman's lair. Kai arrived a little later on purpose, but the situation was out of control. Guzman still didn't cooperate with Hannibal's questioning, so Kai handed him over to the hounds. And then it became like this. Kill me. You promised. Kill me. Guzman was like this, but he could still talk. I have to say that the hound's bad taste is really cruel. Okay. I got what I wanted, so I will naturally give you a merciful death. After all, I'm not a demon. Hannibal snapped his fingers. The 2 hounds rushed up. With a look of relief, Guzman brought about the death he deserved. Chapter 530 Hannibal. Kai stayed in the hospital for only 1 night and was discharged the next day. However, he did not go to work, but took this opportunity to give himself a holiday. Anyway, no one who deserves to die will be spared, so why should he work so hard? It is better to stay at home and enjoy the warmth and softness. Kelly and her friends have been here for so many days, and Kai has no time to accompany them properly. Now is the right time for him to take some time to accompany the girls. But the only pity is that they are about to go back. According to Diana, Chicago is their territory, and leaving there for too long will cause problems. Although Kai does not know who agreed to her division of territory. But Kai is not going to really stop him. To be honest, although Kai is a relatively traditional person, he is not to the level of insisting that his woman stay at home to take care of the husband and children. In fact, his father and mother are both working. He does not think there is anything wrong with a housewife having her own career. Besides, neither Kelly nor Catherine is the kind of woman who can give up everything for love. Kelly is a little better, after all, she is still young and obsessed with her boyfriend. But Catherine is different. To be honest, Kai and Catherine don't feel like they are in love when they are together. Instead, they are like good friends who are relaxed and have no pressure when they are together. Catherine herself is more like a cat. Sometimes she can be very girly, but sometimes she likes to be busy with her own things and doesn't pay any attention to Kai. As for Diana, she is a complete grown-up woman. According to her, she and Kai have a long life together, so why should they rush to be together? In short, Kai took some time out to spend time with them a few days before leaving. While Kai was taking a vacation, the police department went crazy again. This time, it was not just the West District Police Department that suffered, but the entire Los Angeles Police Department. Look at the headlines of the media these days. Hannibal lands in Los Angeles, Ghost Butcher. Hannibal's new nickname, Los Angeles Massacre, gang members call the police for protection. Police news, hundreds of people have lost their lives in this secret war. Hero? Or a murderer? Gangs protest, they have no human rights. All kinds of thrilling headlines have made the American spectators fall into a carnival. In fact, the reporters are more excited than the spectators. So much so that almost all news media have put these headlines on the headlines recently, causing many Hollywood movie promotions to stagnate, because no one cares about those sissy movies anymore, and movies are not as interesting as reality. Hannibal, this name resounds across the United States again. So much so that old man Hopkins had to stand up again and express his views. Hannibal only needs to exist in movies. Reality does not need Hannibal. There is no way. The incident Hannibal caused this time is too serious, 100 times more serious than the Chicago activity period. So far, the entire South Los Angeles area has been cleaned up by Hannibal. All the notorious gangs have been visited by Hannibal, and then left behind a pile of body parts. That's more terrible than a slaughterhouse. This is a classic quote left by a police officer who inspected the scene when he was interviewed by a TV media. Then this unlucky guy was fired. After all, this will only increase the public panic. In Kai's previous life, many people like to talk about the openness of Western police and everything being open and transparent. The Chinese police are not transparent at all in handling cases, and there are a lot of things, but in fact, there are many things that are much better to be open than not. What is the first priority of the police? Handling cases? Of course not. In fact, handling cases is only incidental to the police. The real duty of the police is to maintain social stability. And everything else is based on this duty. This behavior of leaking the scene of the case and causing public panic is undoubtedly the greatest blasphemy against this duty. If he is not fired, who should be fired? Now the whole of Los Angeles is slowly falling into this mood. In many places, there are few people walking outside at night, afraid of being attacked by a madman like Hannibal. There is also a group of idiots who don't know what medicine they took, and they actually began to worship Hannibal, and some even began to imitate him. Fortunately, Hannibal's goal has always been clear, that is, only targeting those criminals. But Kai still thinks that it's time to cool down. So after Kelly and the others left, Kai hurried back to work. When he entered the long-missed office again, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere of the serious crime unit was very heavy. In fact, in the more than a week since Kai left, most people in the serious crime unit had not gone home to rest for a long time. Dan, make arrangements and let the guys start preparing to take turns to rest. If this goes on, it's hard to say whether Hannibal can be caught, but some of our people may die suddenly. This is not how to handle cases. This is one thing Kai is not satisfied with Dan. He is too obedient. But the higher-ups, there are tens of thousands of police officers in Los Angeles, and it's not just our West District Serious Crime Unit that is doing the job. Even if we are not there, they will go after Hannibal. Hannibal is standing in front of you. What are you investigating? Waste of energy. Dustin, we are already in the limelight, we have to give our brother units some opportunities, Kai told Dan to slack off on this matter. This made Dan feel a little overwhelmed. He knew very well how much the higher-ups valued Hannibal. If the higher-ups knew about their slacking off. Kai looked at Dan unhappily. How long have you not seen your daughter? Just like that, you still want to get Chloe back? Don't forget, Chloe is in the hospital now. Who'll take care of your daughter, Chloe's mother? Get lost. If I were a woman, I would not get back together with you. Kai drove Dan away. Soon after Dan walked out of the office, the entire major crime team cheered. No matter how responsible they were, the high-intensity overtime work made everyone exhausted. Being able to rest was simply the best reward. After a while, Dustin arrived. Dustin has been very proud recently and a little bit arrogant. He planned to achieve another success and catch Hannibal. But when the movement of the major crime team was fed back to him, his heart was half cold. Kai, I think we have to talk. What to talk about? Kai pulled out a Cuban cigar and threw it over. Dustin took the cigar, his face a little complicated. A box of 10 cigars like this costs $60,000. Even a senior police officer like Dustin, who is considered a white-collar in Los Angeles, still can't afford it. But his subordinates transported boxes and boxes of cigars to the office, a whole cigar cabinet. So, if you're so rich, why do you want to be a policeman? About Hannibal. I know that the pressure from the top has been very high recently, but you should know how bad these cases are. I know. Kai still looked unmotivated. But seriously, is that thing really that serious? You know, the people who died were all damn bastards. Although it's a bit of a jerk to say this, why do I still think he did a good job? Kai smiled at Dustin. Dustin was sweating. He remembered Kai's style. Kai is famous for being ruthless in the entire Los Angeles Police Department. When he took action, there were always corpses everywhere. We are the police, Kai. I know. Kai still looked like that. Anyway, I understand the reason, but I'm just not interested. Honestly, boss, I think we should not be so active in this kind of thing. We have a lot of things on our hands, but the higher-ups won't always keep an eye on us. There are tens of thousands of police officers in Los Angeles. We just need to pretend, and the rest, who cares? Anyway, we have already made a lot of headlines. Besides, this case will eventually be taken over by the FBI. This kind of serial murder case itself falls within the jurisdiction of the FBI. The local police station is certainly qualified to participate, but for such a case that is obviously difficult to handle, the local police will most likely hand it over to the FBI. No credit, naturally no responsibility. Kai waved his hands, looking like a scoundrel in the police station. Dustin could of course let other departments in the bureau take over Hannibal's case, but the problem is that Kai has no confidence at all if he doesn't take action for such an extremely dangerous criminal. Seeing Kai's attitude, Dustin couldn't do anything. You can't force a cow to drink water, right? Aren't you afraid of being overthrown? Okay. I understand. Dustin didn't get nothing, at least he got a cigar, which cost $5,000 or $6,000. Not long after Dustin left, Booth called. He brought Kai an unexpected news. Have you found any clues? Kai didn't expect Booth and his team to still be investigating the beach corpse case. All the participants in this case were either dead or arrested. What else is there to investigate? Chapter 531 Debate. We extracted some particles from the wound of the victim's bones. After testing, we found that there was a kind of car paint with special metals. This kind of paint stopped production due to the Environmental Protection Law 10 years ago. There is very little on the market. Coincidentally, we found this kind of paint at Guzman's lair. In addition, all the components in the particles are exactly the same as the samples obtained at Guzman's lair, so we can conclude that the victim was killed in Guzman's lair. Kai looked at Xiaogu talking in front of him with a strange face, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Tisk. I have to say, Xiaogu, you are the best forensic doctor I have ever seen. Although it's a little late, I still want to thank you. At least you helped us determine who killed Agent Laurie Smith. You gave us the truth. Sometimes the truth is not important at all, but sometimes it is very important. Finding out the cause of Laurie Smith's death is the only explanation that the police can give to his family. Although it's a little late. Xiaogu didn't care about Kai's thanks. The reason why she was interested in investigating this case was not only because it was too boring to vacation in Los Angeles, but also because she wanted to know the truth. so she didn't care what Guzman was like. She just gave the truth. Booth, on the other hand, was more concerned about this matter because of his profession. Even the FBI hoped that Booth could take over Hannibal's case directly in Los Angeles. However, due to some other reasons, Booth did not get this opportunity. "I'm sorry, Kai. We can't help you." Guzman got it easy. "It's okay, really. You have helped me a lot," Kai comforted. In fact, if Xiaogu could be faster, maybe Hannibal wouldn't have to show up. If there's evidence, Kai is still more inclined to use formal means to punish Guzman, the bastard, although the torture that guy suffered before his death was enough to pay for his sins. By the way, what progress have you made in the Los Angeles police regarding Hannibal? As policemen, it is inevitable that they will talk about work when they get along with each other. Especially recently, the ghost butcher Hannibal has been in the limelight, and it is difficult for Booth not to talk about this case. Kai curled his lips. Nothing has been found. Just like the media said, he is like a ghost. There are no fingerprints, no DNA, no traces at the scene. If it weren't for the countless limbs and arms left at the scene, perhaps no one would believe that there really is such a murderer. In fact, the police have not yet found any evidence to prove that the serial murders against gang members in Los Angeles during this period have any connection with the Hannibal in Chicago. The only thing that can link it with the Hannibal in Chicago is the same killing method. However, up to now, no one knows how this killing method is done, except that every victim is sure to have suffered inhuman torture before his death, and all the body parts at the scene have marks similar to those of beasts. But those tooth marks have not been found on any creature in nature. Moreover, there is no animal in the world that can tear a human body into that state. The Los Angeles police were completely influenced by media opinion. Without any evidence, they linked this case to Hannibal in Chicago. Although the result was correct, there was a problem with the process. But no one would say what it was. After all, it seemed that no one except Hannibal could kill so many people in this way overnight. "Can I see the body?" Xiaogu became interested when he talked about this. Xiaogu was particularly interested in corpses and the truth. "I'm afraid not. This case is not my responsibility. It was decided by the higher-ups. I don't have the ability to bring anyone to this case casually," Kai refused directly. What a joke. Knowing that Xiaogu is a big shot in this industry, Kai is asking for trouble. Kai can't guarantee that he will not make mistakes. If Xiaogu finds out something, then it will be troublesome. Could it be that he wants to kill her to silence her? Although Kai is a result-oriented person, he never hurts good people. Booth saw something. He is also a policeman, so he can naturally understand the police's thoughts. Especially Kai. In his opinion, Kai is a very righteous person, and he always rushes to the front when handling cases. But this time, Hannibal's case is so big, and he actually has no idea of caring. He knows that Kai is the trump card of the Los Angeles police. If he wants to participate in the case of catching Hannibal, I believe the police will have no reason to refuse. But he is not interested in this case. "Kai, why do you look so uninterested in this case?" Kai nodded. "I really don't have much interest in this case." Why? According to Booth's idea, Hannibal's case has broken some bottom lines and cannot be left alone. Now he is only targeting those criminals, but who knows if he will go crazy one day and change his taste. What's more, judging from the current situation, this Hannibal is definitely a madman. Who can guarantee what a madman will do in the future? Whether it is for the sake of upholding the law or for prevention, Booth thinks that this guy should be thrown into prison. "The biggest reason I became a police officer was out of empathy. I can't turn a blind eye to those innocent people who were hurt. But for those gangsters, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with them being killed," Kai said bluntly. "How can you think that? We are police officers. Remember, it is our duty to uphold the law and justice." "No, that's not my understanding. It is our responsibility to protect the innocent. And the meaning of the law is to protect those scum? What about the people they hurt?" Kai shook his head and disagreed with Booth's statement. I don't think we need to argue. After all, we are police officers, not some shit sociologists. I do what I should do, and the rest, the police can have their own ideas, right? Anyway, I have no interest in chasing Hannibal. Then can you guarantee that Hannibal will always be like this? We must catch him before he hurts innocent people. We can't convict a person just because he may have something. Your idea is wrong, right? Kai caught Booth's loophole. But he is committing a crime now. Booth felt that Kai's view was wrong from the beginning. Kai smiled and didn't intend to argue anymore. He had no interest in this kind of debate in the first place. Moreover, they were discussing his vest. The more he talked, the more mistakes he made. Chapter 532 Rest. In the end, Booth and Kai's argument was fruitless. At the same time, after this incident, Kai also got to know Booth, the big and strong FBI special agent, better. How do you usually tolerate him? Before seeing them off, Kai couldn't help but ask Xiaogu this question. Unexpectedly, Xiaogu looked at Kai in surprise. Isn't every man like this? By the way, what misunderstanding do you have about men? Originally, Kai planned to have a meal with Booth and then send them to the airport. But just after they finished their meal, a phone call forced Kai to leave first. Booth expressed his understanding of this situation, and Xiaogu would not have any extra thoughts about it. In fact, in the concept of this female academic bully, seeing off is a rather unnecessary thing. The reason why Kai left so quickly was only because of one thing. His express delivery arrived. So when will he wake up? Kai asked an emergency worker. It will be done soon. He has no problem. He was just poisoned by anesthesia. The person who made them like this was very measured and the dosage was well controlled. There will be no side effects on them. The emergency personnel had already started to pack up and prepare to leave. After all, the patient had no problem. If it was an ordinary person, they would take the patient to the hospital for a full-body checkup with a responsible attitude. But these people. Just as Kai was talking to the doctor, Norman opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw the police station gate and the people around him, he subconsciously closed his eyes. He thought that he must have opened his eyes in the wrong way. But when he opened his eyes again, he found that it was not his hallucination. It was really the police station gate. Norman's brothers woke up one after another. But most of them collapsed directly. Yo. Bastard, you finally woke up. At this time, Kai finally saw Norman. So he stepped forward and said hello. Seeing Kai, Norman's teeth were itching with hatred. Did you get us here? Well, it was a caring citizen. Although Norman was right, Kai couldn't admit it. Last time Kai found Guzman in Hannibal's vest, he really didn't know that Guzman had hidden Norman. He just wanted to get some useful information from this guy, such as his unknown supplier. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Guzman, under the torture of the Hound, almost revealed the little things he did when he was a child. Not to mention Norman, the bastard. After all, it was Norman who threatened him with the evidence of their transaction, so he helped Norman hide. At that time, he was about to die, so it was impossible for him to protect Norman, the bastard. So Kai inexplicably knew where Norman was hiding. After that, things were simple. Let the good friend of the people of Los Angeles, Batman, go out and pull this guy out of the underground sewer and pack him up and send him to the police station. Kai didn't say much to Norman, and directly asked his police officers to handcuff these idiots and throw them into the detention room. Now they have plenty of time to interrogate him slowly. Boss, the chief wants you to come over. Dan came over mysteriously and whispered to Kai. What's going on? Is it necessary to be so careful? Kai said with a smile. The chief said, let's not make it public, just say that we caught Norman ourselves. Dan looked around and found no reporters, so he whispered. What? Kai didn't expect his chief to have such a trick, and actually took the credit for Batman. That's what the chief said. Dan shrugged. Obviously he didn't approve of this behavior. Kai returned to the police station with an incredible look on his face. Are the police so corrupt now? Boss, are you really going to do this? When Kai saw Dustin, he immediately asked in a pretentious manner. If you don't do this, the media will laugh at our police tomorrow, Dustin said with a bitter face. Indeed, recently, due to the emergence of superheroes one after another, the media's attitude towards the police has become worse and worse. There are even calls to abolish the police. After all, with more powerful superheroes protecting the city, the police seem a bit redundant. Of course, most people would think this kind of talk is nonsense. But it is undoubtedly a great harm to the prestige of the police. So whether it is Dustin or the top brass of the general administration, they are inclined to let Batman disappear in this matter. To be honest, among the many superheroes that have emerged recently, Batman has the best attitude towards the police. He usually doesn't cause trouble, and he likes to hand over criminals to the police, instead of solving them directly like the Chicago 3 heroines and Hannibal. This is also the confidence of those people above to do this. They think Batman should not be angry about this matter. What if Batman comes out to clarify? Kai asked pretentiously. Then, we will be even more embarrassed. Not really. Dustin certainly knew that there was such a possibility, but according to the psychological test of Batman done by the profiler in the Bureau, Batman should not be the kind of superhero who likes to be in the limelight. Of course, this is more of a consolation. They are gambling. Okay, although Kai also enjoys being in the limelight, he will not come out to clarify for such a small matter. The next question is simple. The evidence of Norman's misdeeds is already solid, and the interrogation is just a rumor. More importantly, it gives the police time to bargain with Adia. That's right. The police want to use this to exchange benefits with Adia. Norman has been arrested, and the matter is not settled. There is a lot of room for maneuver. Although the DA does not have the ability to overturn Norman's case, even if it does, it is impossible to do so for Norman. But how to pull the DA out of this matter to the greatest extent? There are ways. However, there is a biggest problem in this. That is, the Los Angeles Police Department must cooperate. This requires an exchange of interests. This is what the bosses need to consider. Norman was really caught, Matilda shouted excitedly. Norman has always been Matilda's heart knot. After all, she saw him and his men kill her family with her own eyes. Yes, I promised you. He will get the retribution he deserves, Kai said without any guilt. But hearing what Kai said, Matilda gradually became depressed. What's wrong? He will go to jail, right, of course, and he will never get out in this lifetime, Kai said decisively. After all, the little shit he did had already made the DA lose face, and now they have to give up a lot of benefits to the Los Angeles Police Department. In this case, even if it is to vent their anger, the DA will not let Norman have an easy time. But, my family can't survive, why does he have the right to live? Kai's first reaction was that this child was very violent. But thinking about what she had experienced and her original personality, she found that it was understandable for her to think so. She was not an ordinary 12-year-old child. Thinking of this, Kai touched Matilda's head. Believe me, Matilda. Going to jail is not much better than death for him. Matilda raised her head and looked at Kai in confusion. You know, those guys in prison hate the police the most, and a black policeman is even more hateful. They will treat Norman, the bastard, well on your behalf. Kai also heard a little about the ecology in prison. Although Norman is a scumbag just like them, the prisoners don't think so. A DA who sells drugs will not live long in prison. Really, of course. Kai chatted with Matilda for a while, and suddenly Matilda asked very abruptly, can I still see Leon? Kai was stunned for a while. Nodded helplessly, if you want, you can. Matilda nodded, and was silent for a while before saying, Leon is a good man. He was the only one who accepted me that day. He taught me how to survive and how to protect myself. Kai nodded and agreed with Matilda's words, but dear, he killed someone. And more than one. So, everything will be fine. Then where should I go? I have nothing but Leon, Matilda asked in tears. Of course not, dear. You are still young, and your future is bright. You will meet many people who care about you as much as Leon. In fact, I have helped you find someone who is willing to take care of you. Kai did not intend to discuss this topic with a child so early, but looking at the helpless girl, Kai decided to talk to her, because it was related to her future. The reason why she relied on Leon so much was more because of fear of an uncertain future. Matilda looked at Kai with tears in her eyes. Kai slowly helped her wipe away her tears, and then changed to a gentle tone and said, remember the policewoman who protected you? Yeah, Matilda nodded obediently. She wants to adopt you, Kai said directly. Kai had already talked to Chloe about this matter, and she had no hesitation in adopting Matilda. After all, Matilda is indeed not an ordinary child, and it is difficult for her to integrate into an ordinary family. Chloe, who had experienced the assassination with her, was very confident about this. What's more, Chloe is really not short of money. Not to mention the money her Hollywood star mother left for Chloe. Even the fluctuation of Stark Group's stock price some time ago also brought Chloe a lot of wealth. Economically, Chloe can afford it, and she also likes children very much, so there is no problem at all. Matilda was stunned, and then she thought of everything the policewoman did to protect her that day. This gave Matilda a little confidence. Is she really willing? Of course. She likes you very much. She thinks you are the bravest child in the world. In fact, if I were not married, I would want to adopt you. Who would not like a strong child like you? Matilda was only a 12-year-old child after all, and no matter how precocious she was, she could not change this fact. When she learned that the policewoman who risked her life to save her was willing to support herself, Matilda subconsciously felt warm, but she immediately thought of Leon again. She felt that Leon was imprisoned, while she was thrown into a new family. This was very unfair, which made her feel like she had betrayed both of them. That's right, that's what Leon said he hoped for. Kai actually didn't want the child to have too much contact with Leon. After all, he was a killer. Can you imagine that this grandson actually taught a 12-year-old child to install a bomb on someone's door? Now Matilda can hold a gun more smoothly than a pen. He hopes that you can go to school, study, and maybe have a boyfriend like a normal child. When you graduate, you can wear a beautiful dress and dance with the best boy in the school. Matilda laughed as she listened, but she couldn't stop crying. In the next 2 months, Hannibal has been active, but he has been killing less like before. He began to eliminate the high-ranking gang members in a targeted manner in order to achieve the goal of disintegrating those organized gangs. But recently, Hannibal decided to stop. Now in the gangs in Los Angeles, the legend about Hannibal has been circulating everywhere. In the legend, there is no specific information about him, only a ghost. Some people say that his relatives were killed by mistake in a gang shootout, so he hates those gang members so much. Some people say that he is the Avenger who crawled out of hell. There are even more outrageous ones, saying that he is the government's secret weapon and the executioner of the government's human elimination plan. Well, some people really believe this. After all, they are Americans. Americans also believe that Bill Gates is the culprit of the new crown, and the virus was released by Bill Gates. They say that Bill Gates is an apostle of Lucifer, in order to establish the Antichrist system and become the god of the new world, dedicated to the human elimination plan, leaving only elite humans. Then Bill Gates launched this global epidemic and predicted the virus at TED a few years ago. Then through this virus, they implanted nanochips in the vaccine research and development to track you and control you. I almost laughed to death when I saw it, but it's also Hannibal's fault that every time he commits a crime, it's too weird. There was nothing at the scene except the tortured and dismembered bodies. There were no fingerprints and bullets, not even a trace of fighting. Therefore, this legend has been rendered with more mysterious and terrifying colors, like some American horror legend, and it has been circulated among the gangs in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, the person who said it is uncertain, and the person who heard it is also uncertain. There are many criminal gangs in Los Angeles, but they cannot withstand the bloody cleanup of Hannibal, and they all target the core members. These missing core members are related to the bottom of the gangs, which has reached thousands of people, and the resulting turmoil is not small. The cleanup operation has only been carried out for more than 2 months. If it continues at this efficiency, at least 1/3 of the core members of the Los Angeles gangs will disappear by this time next year, and the bottom gang members who have lost their direct leadership will exceed 5,000. However, it is estimated that before that time, the gang members in Los Angeles will have a big riot. Even if the mutual fighting between gangs causes heavy casualties, the winner or the gang that reaps the benefits will take over the territory and restore the underground order. For the minions below, it doesn't matter. They just change their boss and continue to make a living. Hannibal's cleanup operation directly wipes out the core layer, but those minions are completely free. There is no one above them. This will make the chaos last for quite a long time. Even recently, the underground forces in Los Angeles have begun to become more and more chaotic. If Hannibal does not stop making trouble at this rate, sooner or later there will be a big mess. Kai's purpose of letting Hannibal appear in the vest is to fight crime, not to undermine stability and cause greater unrest. So he can only make Hannibal disappear for a while. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Party. The trial of Lion was held 3 months after he was arrested. Because the evidence was irrefutable and Lion himself refused to be defended by a lawyer, the trial ended quickly. Lion was finally sentenced to 81 years in prison. At his current age, he would not be able to get out. On the day the trial ended, Matilda burst into tears. This was the first time Matilda had seen Lion in 3 months, and it was also the last time she saw him. She applied to visit Lion countless times within 3 months, but Lion refused. It was not until the sentencing stage of the trial that Matilda saw Lion in court. Kay pleaded with a judge and was allowed to let Matilda meet Lion accompanied by her adoptive mother Chloe. Lion did not say much to Matilda, but only told her that she must live a good life in the future. Then he ended the conversation unilaterally. This made Matilda very, very sad. His approach was decisive and clumsy. As early as a month ago, Chloe was discharged from the hospital. The hospital was very surprised at her recovery speed, but it was not impossible. After all, everyone's physique is different. After being discharged from the hospital, Chloe went through the adoption procedures. Originally, for adoption applications like this, children's institutions generally prefer applicants with complete families. Don't forget that Kai has money. In addition, Chloe herself is an excellent police officer and her family is in very good financial condition, so there is no problem with the application. Matilda had no resistance to Chloe's adoption. Even Chloe's daughter often played with Matilda during Matilda's hospitalization. Perhaps Chloe's daughter was about the same age as Matilda's brother, which led to Matilda's love for her and even allowed her to play with a teddy bear that Chloe repaired. In short, everything is moving in a good direction. Although Kai has been very busy these days, because of Hannibal's sudden disappearance, generally speaking, he has returned to the original state. And Kai has gradually adapted to life in Los Angeles, and everything is unfolding in an orderly manner. Just a few days ago in the afternoon, Brian, who had not been in contact for a long time, suddenly called Kai and invited him to a party. Speaking of Brian, Kai really hasn't seen him for a long time. During this period, Kai attended several parties held by Stuart, but he didn't attend. Brian had accepted Stuart's invitation and joined Stuart's security company. Although he was there most of the time when he was on a mission, he disappeared once there was no mission, and even Stuart couldn't find him sometimes. They originally speculated whether Brian had a girlfriend. As a result, they got the answer now. Brian actually accompanied his daughter to various body shape classes and vocal classes every day during this period. What a filial father. Brian's daughter Kim has always had a dream of becoming a star, and Kai also helped introduce her to Isabella of Silog Entertainment. As a result, Isabella didn't think highly of Kim. This is Los Angeles, and there are handsome men and beautiful women who dream of making a name for themselves in this entertainment capital every day, and there is no shortage of characters who can sing and dance. But there are only a few people who become famous every year. Even fewer people can finally achieve success and fame. I don't know how many people suddenly become famous, but disappear after a while. Kim's conditions are definitely not bad. After all, her parents are very good, but they are definitely not amazing. The same goes for singing and dancing. Her innate conditions are not bad, but they are definitely not top-notch. Isabella believes that if there is no special opportunity, Kim can only play the second female role in some soap operas. But Kim's ambition is higher than the sky. She thinks that she can occupy a place in this city of luxury with her own hard work. So she rejected the training opportunity given by Silog Entertainment. Kai didn't have any special feelings about this. He just helped out for Brian's sake. If others didn't want to, what could he do? Today's party is also related to Kim. Because she released a record. Kim was very happy and felt that her efforts during this period had paid off. Finally, someone could discover her talent and was willing to give her a chance. Once she was happy, she planned to hold a party. Since Kim was not yet an adult, Brian was worried. Fearing that a group of young people might get together and do something bad, he made a very cunning suggestion to invite all his friends to come. Not only would it be more lively with more people, but it would also promote the record to more people. Jin thought about it for a long time and finally agreed. Brian then called all his friends and asked them to attend the party hosted by Jin. To be honest, according to Brian's age, his friends basically would not attend a party hosted by a teenage girl, as they had nothing in common to talk about. But they couldn't resist Brian's invitation. Generally speaking, Brian is a rather cold guy. It can't be said that he is not good at socializing, but he is certainly not enthusiastic. Those who can become friends with him are truly friends. So in the face of Brian's invitation, most people didn't feel embarrassed to refuse. Including Kai. Kai is already 10,000 years old, and the generation gap is even greater. The party was held at Brian's home. Brian's house is in the Silver Lake community, which is located in the middle of Los Angeles and is built around a city reservoir, so it is called Silver Lake. Around the Silver Lake community, there is not only a reservoir, but also a small mountain that is not very high. The picture above shows the sunset setting over the mountain in the evening. The golden afterglow sprinkled all over the hilltop, very beautiful. Although the community is not very new, the surrounding supporting facilities are quite complete. At the same time, it is also the fashionable place in Greater Los Angeles, and it is the best place for literary and artistic young people. Various exotic bars, restaurants, wine shops, art galleries, coffee shops, handicraft workshops, band performances, etc. This place is quite good, and the house price is not too high, at least Brian can afford it. His house is not the kind of wooden house that ordinary middle-class families have, but a brick and stone house with a European style. Not only that, he also has a very large backyard, facing the reservoir, with a great view, and the area is enough for more than 30 people to hold a party there. Kai was late because of the problem of getting off work and having to drive. When he arrived, the party had already started. But what's interesting is that although the party looks very lively, the people at the party are divided into two groups. One group is obviously young people. And there are many black people among them. They gathered together without paying attention to others, playing loud rap music, and reveling wantonly. From time to time, some people jumped into Brian's swimming pool. The other group was a group of old men. Most of them had no interest in pop music. They were all holding big cups, enjoying a barbecue and drinking continuously, looking at the young people with dissatisfaction from time to time. The music was too loud, so they couldn't even have a good chat. Brian was also very distressed. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to get together with old friends, but those young people were too careless. As soon as Kai walked into the party, Jin was the first to notice him. Jin was very impressed with Kai. After all, there were very few young people like Kai in his father's circle of friends. Congratulations, Jin. I wish you a big record sale. Kai and Jin hugged each other. At this time, Brian also came over. Kai, you're late. No way, I'm busy. Here, this is a gift for you. Although Jin was the organizer of the party, the gift should be given to her, but, to be honest, if it was just Jin, Kai would not be interested. Moreover, Kai didn't know what to bring to a girl of this age, so he simply brought a bottle of wine. Chivas Royal Salute 21-year-old whiskey? Great stuff. Brian, like many Americans, likes to drink a couple of glasses. He also likes to collect wine very much. Although the wines he collects are not famous wines due to financial constraints, he knows a lot about this industry. Royal Salute 21-year-old whiskey was specially brewed in 1953 to celebrate the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom. The name originated from an ancient tradition. The Royal Navy fired a 21-gun salute to express the highest respect. The solemnity of the brewing of Royal Salute can be seen from the strict selection of oak barrels for storing the wine. First, it must be strong enough to ensure long-term storage. Secondly, it must have stored Spanish sherry or American bourbon whiskey. The most important thing is that the wine must be aged for at least 21 years. The impurities in the wine are taken away by the fresh air through the breathing of the oak. At the same time, the whiskey also absorbs the aroma of the oak. After 21 years, the liquor is concentrated to only 60% of the original. At this time, a series of unique blending ratios are carried out to finally brew the Royal Salute with a rich and complex taste. This precious 21-year-old whiskey is packed in a blue porcelain bottle, which is more elegant and luxurious. Each bottle is cast with the royal emblem label with the abbreviation of the Queen's inscription printed on it. The red, blue and green emerald gems inlaid on the Queen's crown are transformed into a three-color bottle. The bottle is engraved with a warrior dancing with a long sword and riding a war horse, and there are two salutes on the trademark to decorate its extraordinary value. A group of old men were quickly attracted by this bottle of whiskey. Whiskey is the favorite of mature men. Beer and the like are too bland and not as heavy as whiskey. It doesn't taste strong enough. I'll get some ice cubes. Brian was very excited. This kind of wine is also sold on the market, and the price is not too expensive, only a few $100s, but the bottle that Kay has is a collector's edition, which is more expensive. The key is that this series is very rare on the market and cannot be bought even if you have money. Although Kai thought this was just hunger marketing, many people were attracted by it. Jin also started to introduce his friends to Kai. At first, it was the black group. How should I put it? These guys were from the same record company as Jin. A group of rappers, said to be a gang. Perhaps they smelled the smell of cops from Kai, so these people were not enthusiastic about Kai. Kai didn't care about this, because he also smelled the smell of assholes from this group of people. Then it was Jin's friends. Most of them were beautiful girls. Kai's attitude towards this was much better. Who doesn't like beautiful girls? At this time, Brian prepared ice cubes and was pouring wine for everyone. Royal Salute 21 years is a full amber color. It is mixed with soft and sweet floral fragrance and light tobacco flavor, and the fruity aroma is mellow. The aftertaste is rich, mellow, and the fruity aroma is long and rich. The taste is quite good, at least the other people present are quite satisfied. But Jin and her friends don't have this blessing. After all, they are not yet of legal drinking age. Then Kai chatted with Stuart and others. It was also through them that Kai learned that the reason why Kim was able to release the album was not entirely due to her efforts. Well, Kim's efforts accounted for 20%. The other 80% was due to Brian's sincerity. What sincerity? Of course it was money. This album was all paid for by Brian himself. Kai was stunned, and others didn't quite understand. To be honest, even Kai, a Chinese, couldn't accept Brian's behavior. He was too doting on his child. Not to mention a bunch of Americans, they didn't understand why Brian did this. It was a waste of money and had no practical significance. Fortunately, everyone knew that Brian always felt that he owed Kim, and he did this to make up for the debt over the years, so no one was so mean to expose him. Realizing that everyone tacitly stopped talking about this topic, they turned to talk about other things, such as Iron Man, Batman and the Ghost Butcher Hannibal, who were very popular some time ago. Kai was a policeman, and in the eyes of others, he must know a lot of information, so one by one they pestered Kai and asked him to talk. Anyway, no one would take it seriously, so Kai just made up something. The reports produced by the psychological profilers in the bureau were shared with others as intelligence. Others didn't care whether they were true or not, and just listened to them seriously. No one cared anyway. While chatting here, the young people over there got into trouble again. It turned out that among the classmates invited by Jin, there was a girl named Jiley, who looked a little rustic and not very popular. At school, Jiley became the target of bullying by classmates because she was not good at socializing. Jin did the same thing, but she was a kind child after all, and she felt very guilty about what she did. She didn't really want to bully Jiley, but everyone around her did it, and Jin didn't have the courage to resist everyone, so she went with the flow and participated a few times, but then she regretted it more and more, so she invited Jiley, hoping that in this way, Jiley could get along with others and get others' understanding. It's just that her idea is good, but some people don't think so. Jin has two best friends in school. One is named Chris, who is the captain of the school cheerleading team. She has a rebellious personality and is with a group of bad girls in the school. They enjoy bullying classmates all day long. She was the main force in bullying Carrie. Another one was called Amanda, who was cheerful, courageous, and liked to try new things. She was a good girl in general, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with bullying Carrie. And this time, the incident was related to the three of them. Before, because Chris bullied Carrie at school, she was punished by the school because she was too much. She was taught a lesson, but she didn't stop herself. Instead, she deliberately wanted to humiliate Carrie further. So when Kim invited Carrie, she not only didn't stop it, but added fuel to the fire, intending to humiliate Carrie in this occasion. A group of black rappers came today, and she planned to use them to humiliate Carrie. She and Amanda told those black people that Carrie was a bitch who liked H, and she wanted to taste what black people tasted like. And she liked that kind of rough behavior. A group of black people with horny brains immediately turned into wolves when they heard this, and actually planned to use violence against Carrie. Seeing that Jiley was about to be bullied, Amanda came to her senses and thought that she had crossed the line. But Chris would not let Amanda stop them. When the two were arguing, Jin found out and ran over to stop them, and then they had a conflict with the black people. The last 24 hours, please vote for me. If you don't vote, I will disappear. Chapter 534, Incitement. With a group of military leaders here, it is impossible for Jin to suffer. After the leading black man pushed Jin to the ground, Brian rushed over like a 100-meter sprinter. If he hadn't had a gun in his hand, the black man would have been shot with 17 or 18 bullets. But even so, the guy was not having a good time. Brian rushed to the guy, twisted his hand that pushed Jin away, twisted him behind him, and pressed the guy to the ground. Fuck. Old man, let me go. The guy was still cursing, but the next second, he was punched in the waist by Brian. The waist is full of muscles. Generally speaking, if the strength is insufficient, it can't cause much damage. But if you are hit in the waist by an expert, it can definitely be fatal, because there is no bone protection in this position, and important organs are concentrated. If you are really hit by an expert, you may bleed internally at any time. Of course, Brian at least still has reason at this time, so he didn't do anything cruel. So don't look at the guy screaming in pain and blacking out, but in fact it's not a big deal, it's just pure pain. When the black companions of this guy saw their accomplices being beaten, they immediately pulled out their pistols from their waists and pointed them at Brian. These idiots actually brought guns to the party. Seeing this situation, the people who were still hesitating whether to take action rushed over and protected Brian and Kim. @ Mad fake. Old man, you are really looking for death? Those black people acted as if Brian had raped their mothers, spewing dirty words without money, and constantly shaking the muzzles of their guns to threaten Stewart and others. The invited guests saw this situation and ran away screaming. Seeing this situation, Kai naturally couldn't sit idly by. After all, he was a policeman. Kai opened his suit, revealing the pistol under his ribs and the police badge on his belt. Hey, assholes, look here. Kai knocked on his police badge. Cop, black people are very sensitive to the police. After all, the police have been discriminating against black people for a long time. Generally, when low-level police encounter street crimes, their first reaction is often that black people did it. Of course, this discrimination is not only because of skin color, but also because the crime rate of black people is indeed high. So generally speaking, unless the black people are particularly stubborn, the first reaction of black people when they see the police is definitely not to resist, but to be obedient. After all, if it really causes misunderstanding, they may be shot at any time. A black man called out the police in slang, and a group of black people restrained themselves. But not all people are like this. The black man who was subdued by Brian was not quiet. After he got up from the ground, his first reaction was not to stay still, but to rush to his companion, snatch a gun from his companion, and turned around to shoot Brian. But his speed was still too slow. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, Kai pulled out his gun. Bang! A shot hit his right hand holding the gun. The bullet directly smashed his left hand. His miserable condition immediately caused a commotion among the black brothers. Some tried to shoot, but who were Stewart and the others? They were all battlefield elites, and everyone had lives in their hands. How could they be fooled by this mob? So they rushed over one by one, and in a few moves, they disarmed the gang. They didn't even encounter much resistance, and were beaten to the ground by Stewart and his men. Jin and her classmates were all stunned. Amanda secretly poked Jin and asked in a low voice, "Are all your father's friends so cool?" In fact, Amanda was ready to say that the black gangsters were fierce when she saw them being knocked to the ground, but considering Jin's father and her father's friends at that time, she decided to use a more positive word to describe them. I don't know. I didn't know what they did before. Jin was also surprised. From childhood to adulthood, Brian only told him that he worked for the country, and as for what he did, Brian never told her. So she didn't know. But Jin started to worry immediately. Because the black man who was shot and injured by Kai was not an ordinary person, but a well-known rapper. This guy is called FBG Duck, whose real name is Carlton Weekly, a Chicagoan. From the initials of his stage name FBG, it can be seen that Weekly is also a member of the Flyboy Gang, also known as Clout Boys, a rap group from the south of Chicago, affiliated with the Gangster Disciples. In short, he is a troublesome guy with a lot of criminal records. Although he has not committed any major crimes, going to jail is like going to his own home. But since he came to Los Angeles from Chicago, he has begun to emerge. The record company that Jin previously released his records attaches great importance to him, and he has many fans. If there's a fuss, Jin is afraid that Kai will be punished. After all, this kind of thing is really hard to say. Whether you admit it or not, black people do receive some preferential treatment in today's American society, especially famous black people. As long as they publish some things such as racial discrimination by the police and how innocent they are, there will be a group of people who follow suit and cheer for no reason. It's very difficult to deal with. And their lawyers like to use public opinion and public opinion to force law enforcement agencies. Jin is afraid that Kai will suffer. But she doesn't know when Kai has ever been afraid of this. Kai walked up to FBG Duck, or Carlton Weekly, holding a gun. The guy was still holding his broken hand and crying. Hey, men, I have to tell you some bad news. You are suspected of illegal possession of a gun, possession of prohibited drugs, attempted murder, and assaulting a police officer. By the way, you'd better pray that your gun is not involved in any murder case or something like that, otherwise you will be even more unlucky. Carlton Weekly didn't want to listen to this. He had no education and grew up in a public housing family. He started to get involved in gangs at the age of 12. As a result, because of his talent for rap, he began to become a cash cow for the gang. Wherever he went, people flattered him. He didn't know anything, but he was flattered so much that he really thought he was the boss. In the past, when he got into trouble, there were people who covered his ass. Even if he went to prison, his fellow inmates in the same gang protected him. Even in prison, he was doing very well. In this situation, you can imagine what kind of personality he would become. So for what Kai said, don't say he didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Fuck. Fuck. You bastard. You're dead. Son of the beach, tisk, tisk. Really? Kai shook his head. Kai always had a headache with this kind of thugs who were high on drugs, because they were completely unable to communicate. So Kai decided to make him sober up. So he raised his foot and slowly stepped on Carlton Weekly's injured hand. The severe pain turned this gangster rapper into an earthworm that was hit by a shovel, and began to twist wildly on the ground. At the same time, he kept slapping Kai's leather shoes with his other hand, trying to get him to move away. Oh. Sorry, I didn't see it and stepped on you accidentally. So, are you sober now? Carlton Weekly was a spoiled bastard who had never suffered this. Now Kai said he was his father, and he nodded. I'm sober. Fuck. Fuck. I'm really sober. Kai nodded in satisfaction and moved his foot away. Carlton Weekly was much more honest now. To deal with such a person, he might not understand even if he was nicely spoken to. Even if he understood, he might not obey. So it was better to be rough. Tell me, what did you do just now? Kai tapped the guy's cheek with the muzzle of the gun to make him speak. I want a doctor. I'm dying. I want a doctor. Carlton Weekly finally noticed that half of his palm was missing. He felt that he had a bright future and would definitely become a rap star like P. Diddy and Jay's in the future. But how could he lose a hand? Wake up, men, someone has called the police, and an ambulance will come. Kai saw someone calling the police before. Now, answer my question. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your other hand will not be broken by a bullet. Carlton Weekly had to tell Kai the previous things in bits and pieces. I was just kidding. Really? Carlton Weekly regretted it now. He had made himself like this for a country girl. Now he was rich and famous, and he could get any woman. It was that bitch who told me that the woman wanted to sacrifice herself. She said she wanted to taste my big dick. Now everyone's eyes turned to Chris. Especially the big men like Stuart. They could never imagine that such a pretty girl could be so cruel. These black people are not good people. Most of them are gang members. They are definitely not cruel, but they can't escape the lawlessness. If a girl like Charlie really falls into the hands of these people, it's hard to say what will happen. Chris's face immediately became very ugly. No matter how these girls behave in private, they will be ruined once they are exposed. Even Chris's friends subconsciously stay away from Chris. Even though they had previously planned together how to humiliate Jiley. But now, Chris has become a pile of shit. Of course, stay away from her. Well, are all the high school students nowadays so scary? Kai shook his head in disbelief. He thought of his own high school, where everyone wore ugly uniforms. The worst thing was a group fight, and it was all fist fights. After the fight, everyone was scared to death. Unlike these high school students, they are so vicious. At this time, sirens sounded outside. The police quickly surrounded the place, but when Kai took out his ID, everything was easy. Kai is still very famous in the police system. Sorry, Chris, you are arrested. After the blacks were handcuffed, Kai walked up to Chris and took out his handcuffs. Chris was shocked. Why? From the beginning to the end, Chris only felt that she was just playing a prank. Even though this incident would have very serious consequences, she did not feel any guilt. She still felt that she was not wrong, and everything was Jiley's fault. Because you committed a crime. You should be glad that you are not yet an adult. By the way, are you an adult? Kai suddenly remembered that the girl seemed to be very mature, but this was also normal. Western girls matured very early. She just celebrated her 18th birthday, a girl suddenly said. Everyone looked over, and the girl quickly hid in the crowd. "Well, it seems that you need to take responsibility. What crime did I commit?" Chris shouted a little hysterically. She was scared. The cheerleader captain is a celebrity no matter which school she is in. Generally speaking, the football quarterback and the cheerleader are regarded as a prince and princess combination in any school, a complete celebrity. She has a bright future. But if she goes to jail, everything will be ruined. No university will accept a prisoner. Although every country is committed to returning these people to normal society, social discrimination is not so easy to change. Although the United States may be better, after all, their crime rate is too high. But these discriminations still exist stubbornly. Instigating others to commit a crime is also a crime. And you just asked Jiley to go over there, didn't you? You took the initiative to ask Jiley to go over there even though you knew what these idiots would do. This is called a second-degree accomplice in the law. By the way, if those guys find a good lawyer, they can completely push the responsibility to you. Then you will be regarded as the mastermind, and the situation will be even worse. So, congratulations, girl, no matter what, you will have to spend the new year in jail. Kai handcuffed Chris regardless of her struggle, and then had her taken away. It seems that this party is over. Kai looked at Brian helplessly. Forget it. This is already good. If it weren't for you, the situation might be worse. Brian looked at the depressed Jin helplessly. He said distressedly. Just now, I don't know which idiot was too talkative and told this story of Brian paying the record company to release a record for Jin. Being betrayed by a friend, and having something he had always been proud of exposed, Jin must have been hit hard. Brian's thanks to Kai were not just politeness. He was really grateful to Kai. If it weren't for Kai, who was a policeman and controlled the situation, Brian himself didn't know what he would do. After all, killing people was what he was best at in his life. Kai patted Brian on the shoulder. It seemed that this filial father still had a headache. After chatting with Stuart and the others for a few more words, Kai walked to Carrie. Today's incident might not be a bad thing for Carrie. At least after this incident, the girls who bullied her took the initiative to apologize to her. After all, they were also involved in this matter. In order to avoid being imprisoned, he could only get along well with Carrie. "Hey, girls, you should go home. It's 11 o'clock now," Kai greeted the girls first. Seeing Kai, the girls immediately became quails, and they were very well behaved. "By the way, you should be prepared. I will report this to your school. Although you are not the mastermind, you seem to know about this, right? So I may come to you at any time. You'd better pray that Chris won't give you up." The girls were frightened and pale. They looked at Kai pleadingly, and then looked at Jiley. They hoped that Jiley could plead for them. Jiley was not good at socializing, but she was even worse at saying no. She looked around in panic, and finally mustered up the courage. I think they are not that bad, and they have apologized to me, and I forgive them. Mr. Officer," Kai looked at Jiley and nodded. "Since you have reconciled with him, things will be much easier. However, legal matters cannot be settled with just 1 or 2 words of reconciliation. You can only pray that they are not too deeply involved." Chapter 535 Which? Because of the serious conflict and the shooting, all the people involved had to go to the police station to make a statement. Of course, because of Kai's high reputation within the police system, the police station was willing to make some adjustments. People who were not directly related to the case could make a statement at the scene and then go home. Only those who were directly involved in the conflict needed to go to the police station to make a statement. For this reason, Brian, Kim and Jiley were all taken to the police station. As for the blacks, they were illegally holding guns, threatening the personal safety of others, illegally taking banned drugs, etc. Of course, they were thrown directly into jail and waited for bail pending trial. Of course, the premise is that someone is willing to pay for their bail. After all, their victim Carlton Weekly has been banned from bail for felonies such as assaulting police officers and attempted murder. The matter was clear and there was no doubt about it. In addition, there were witnesses everywhere at the scene, so the record was quickly completed. Brian took Kim home, while Jiley seemed a little confused and at a loss. It can be seen that this girl was entering the police station for the first time in her life. At Kim's request, Brian was going to send Jiley back. But Kai stopped him. "Jiley, I'll take you home." Kai walked up to Jiley with a smile. Seeing Kai, Jiley instinctively took a step back, which showed that she was afraid of Kai. But then Jiley mustered up the courage to nod and agree. Kai did this, of course, not to pick up girls. After all, she was still a child. The real reason why Kai did this was because of Jia. Jia was a good girl, there was no doubt about that, from the descriptions of others and Jin's introduction. Jia was a good student except that she was introverted and not very good at socializing. Although her academic performance was not ideal, she was a good child who obeyed the law. It was like every class always had those students who worked very hard, had little presence, but were generally honest. But there was a very bad power in her. Very bad. The reason why Kai handled the scene so simply and roughly, and dealt with a girl named Chris so neatly, was partly because Jia was steaming with a power that made Kai feel palpitations. Kai was sure that it was the power of the witch. This power was even stronger than the power Morgana once had. Kai could feel that when Jin was pushed away to protect her, the power in Jia was in danger of going out of control. Later, when those guys took out guns to threaten Brian and the others, the power reached a critical point. If Kai hadn't stopped her at that time, he estimated that the scene would be littered with corpses. Kai felt that he couldn't turn a blind eye to this power. After all, the awakening of witch power is often accompanied by outbursts. This is also the reason why people in Camelot were so afraid of witches. Because their awakening is often accompanied by disasters. Kai drove Jia to her home. Jia's home is in an old community, a middle-class community where whites and blacks live together. There are American-style single-family apartments. Although the surface is old, it is not so shabby. The lawn is not trimmed much, but at least it is covered with green grass. There are cars parked on the side of the road. The quality is uneven, but at least every household has a car. And at night, the public security is also quite good, and there are pedestrians on the road. It's much better than those black communities. Jia didn't talk much in the car, or rather, she didn't dare to talk much. She looked at Kai, a little hesitant to speak. She was indeed not very good at socializing, but that didn't mean she was stupid. Kai showed, how to say, very interested in her. In short, she could feel that Kai was always paying attention to her. She was not the kind of girl who was confident, and she didn't think it was her appearance or something like that that attracted Kai. This made her feel very uncomfortable, because she was not the kind of child who was the focus of attention. From childhood to adulthood, as long as others didn't bully her, she felt thankful, and never thought that one day she would become the focus of everyone's attention. In fact, Kai was also a little embarrassed by the child's occasional gaze. He could feel that the child was a little wary of him, as if he would do something bad to her at any time. So Kai simply talked about the matter. He didn't like to be mysterious. After all, the person involved in this kind of thing would know sooner or later, so it was better to know it earlier. Are you curious about why so much attention is paid to you? Kai suddenly spoke, making Jia shiver like a frightened rabbit, and then shrank to the side of the car door. Kai ignored her and continued, you should be able to feel that you are different from others, right? Jia was even more scared. She naturally knew that she was different from others, but this did not bring Jia any positive emotions such as pride. She always thought that she was a freak, and that was why she was so inferior. Don't be afraid, I have no ill will towards you, I just want to help you. If a new witch has no one to guide her, it is very dangerous. The most obvious example is Catherine. She is the most typical witch who has not been properly guided. She can't even control her own power. It's also her good luck that her power is more inclined to charm rather than directly kill. Otherwise, the runaway power will not only hurt others, but also eventually make her die of exhaustion. Why? This was the first time Jia spoke to Kai. Kai organized his words and said to Jia, because you are gifted. Then Kai stopped the car and looked at Jia seriously. Listen, Jia, your talent is very powerful, but also very dangerous, so. I am a freak, no. Of course not. Kai was very surprised that the girl actually looked at herself like this. It's not your fault, you just can't control those powers, so, what is it? Jia was relieved that her biggest secret had been known by the person in front of her, and she was not so scared. Witch, you are a witch, so what mom said is right. I am a cursed witch. Jia was very sad, because her mother was a devout believer. She learned about Jia's strangeness a long time ago, so she thought it was a curse, so her mother had always been very strict with her. No, the witch I'm talking about is not the kind you imagine. In Western society, witches have never had a good reputation. In fact, in the Camelot era, witches didn't have a good reputation either, but Kai naturally couldn't say that. Anyway, that was 10,000 years ago. Apart from him, no one in this world probably knows what happened 10,000 years ago, so he can't say it. This is a gift. In the ancient Celtic concept, witches are children of nature, they represent nature. They are favored people, according to the old teachings of the ancient Celtic era. This is indeed the case, and Kai did not lie completely. All you need is guidance so that you can control that power, otherwise, what if it is not? Giley wanted to know. It will hurt others and yourself. Kai chose to tell the truth on this point. At this time, Kai saw the door of the house over there open, and a woman who looked a little nervous came out. Home, Giley. I need to talk to your mother. No. My mother can't accept the fact that I am a witch. She is a devout believer. Giley knows his mother very well. Oh. I think I understand. Don't worry, I will get it done, Kai said confidently. Although Kai is not a professional in fooling people, it is really not difficult to fool outsiders who don't know anything about it. It's still about my uncle. Today it's my turn again. I typed this with my phone in the hospital. My hands are almost broken. For your hard work, please vote for me next month. P.S. I will make up the remaining 2,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 536, Bluff. It turns out that Carrie's mother is really difficult to deal with. To be honest, if Kai hadn't learned that her mother knew about Carrie's peculiarities, he would have taken out handcuffs and taken the woman back on suspicion of abusing a minor. Her mother, Margaret White, has a strong and decisive personality and lives with her daughter Carrie, but perhaps she cares too much about Carrie. She strictly prohibits her daughter from participating in all social activities, because in Margaret's view, this is the best way to protect her daughter. But this severity is even harsh. When she saw Carrie coming back with a man, Margaret White almost went crazy, and she even planned to use violence against Carrie. Fortunately, Kai stopped her. After Kai controlled Margaret, his first reaction was to call 911, and then deprive the woman of custody of Carrie on the grounds of mental disorder and abuse of minors. But Carrie threw herself on her mother and didn't allow Kai to do so. Maybe Carrie's move to protect her made Margaret a little more sober. This gave Kai the opportunity to talk to Margaret about Carrie's situation. No. Your daughter is not a witch, let alone a demon. She is just gifted. This is a gift from God, an evolution. She is definitely not a bad thing. Margaret is a believer, but the sect she believes in, how to say it? A small and unknown sect. The doctrine is very conservative, even more conservative than the Catholic Church before the Reformation. It not only strictly prohibits violating Catholic dogma, but is also full of various clauses that discriminate against women. For example, a girl's period is considered a symbol of filth in the doctrine of this sect and must be purified. In addition, there are requirements for women's clothing. In the doctrine of this sect, women need to maintain chastity, and makeup and sexy clothes are considered symbols of uncleanness. It is hard to imagine that a girl's mother actually believes in such an ignorant sect. Doesn't she know that it is just a natural physiological phenomenon of a girl? Of course, this sect has not reached the level of a cult, but is full of patriarchal contempt for women and various repressive natures. Margaret didn't know what to do for a while after hearing Kai's solemn oath. Although she was strict, she was a mother after all. Did she really not love her daughter? If so, she would not have lived with Carrie for 17 years. But she could not give a reasonable explanation for Carrie's peculiarities, so she turned to religion. After all, her special abilities were indeed easily associated with religious myths. She prayed devoutly and strictly followed the doctrines, hoping that one day God would have mercy and make her daughter normal. Of course, it was useless. 17 years passed. Carrie's power became stronger and stronger. So much so that Margaret began to be afraid. But now, someone told her that it was not a curse, but Carrie's innate talent. It was God's gift. Margaret did not believe Kay, but in her heart, she hoped that what Kay said was true. Seeing that Margaret still did not believe it, Kay then said, "Mrs. White, my last name is White," Margaret emphasized. "Oh, sorry. Ms. White." Kay keenly felt that Margaret seemed to hate Kay calling her madam. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that this woman wants to seduce Kai. So her marital status is a stumbling block. But Kai felt that he was overthinking it. After all, this woman is still very wary of him. At the same time, this woman is a complete ascetic. She even thinks that menstruation is dirty, let alone rolling in the sheets. The second possibility is that she is very taboo about her past. But why? She gave birth to Giley. Why avoid the title of madam? Unless the man abandoned her and Giley. Even considering her religious views, it is likely to be worse. But this is not important for the time being. Madam, have you heard of mutants? Although Margaret's life is a typical traditional Puritan, she is not as completely resistant to modernization as the Amish. The Amish are a group of Christian Protestant Anabaptist Mennonites in the United States and Ontario, Canada, also known as the Amish. They refuse to use modern technology and live in the most traditional way, so Margaret still watches TV and newspapers. I've heard of it, but isn't that an urban legend? The legend of mutants is actually very widespread in modern society, but the government has always denied it, just like the government has always denied the existence of Area 51 and aliens. Only a small number of groups firmly believe in the existence of mutants. I can tell you that it's true. I've encountered it myself. Margaret quickly reacted. You mean Giley too? That's right, Kai said affirmatively. Margaret did not feel comforted. After all, mutants are hard to describe in many people's propaganda, and the government is also involved. You seem to have some misunderstandings about mutants. Kai saw Margaret's disappointment, so he immediately continued to fool her. After all, this woman can even believe in a religion that obviously persecutes women. From this point of view, she is indeed a very easy target to fool. Mutants are purebred humans, there is no doubt about that. They are still gout people. This can be seen from the fact that many of their parents and daughters are normal people. Their innate abilities are not special, but are subject to the dominant expression of a gene called X in their bodies. This is related to genetic factors, which I don't understand too much, but I swear, they are humans, and many people even think that they are the future of mankind. That's why many people are afraid of them, because they are afraid that mutants will replace the current humans just like the ancestors of humans, Homo sapiens, replaced Neanderthals. After that, Kai spent about 2 hours lobbying Margaret to convince her that Giley did nothing wrong, and was not cursed by God. She just had a talent, and this talent just needed guidance. Giley has this talent, just like a person holding a weapon. The quality of the weapon is secondary. The important thing is that Giley needs guidance. What kind of person she will become is the most important. Kai was already dry-mouthed. Fortunately, it still worked a little. At least Margaret had accepted most of Kai's statements. For example, on the good side of Giley, she finally let go of a lot of her worries, such as her daughter is a witch. This is good. But she is still stubborn and doesn't trust Kai. It's simple. She is not stupid. She knows how the government people deal with mutants in the legend. Even if she doesn't have these, she has seen movies like Frankenstein. What if Kai captures her daughter for experiments? Chapter 537 New Case. In general, Kai did not gain nothing. He did not expect to gain the trust of Giley and her mother in one go. However, in order to ensure that Giley would not go berserk again, Kai left a seal on her. Even if she encountered such a situation, Kai could arrive in time. As for the complete seal, it takes time. Kai is not a god. It is unrealistic to make a seal with a wave of his hand. After leaving his phone number, Kai left Giley's house. After a period of time, Kai would go to Giley whenever he was free. Margaret was disgusted by this at first, but as she saw that Giley's personality became more and more cheerful as she communicated with Kai more, Margaret let it go. In the past, Margaret forbade Giley from socializing, which was entirely for the purpose of protection, to prevent others from hurting Giley and to prevent Giley from hurting others. But with the contact with Kai, the disturbing aura on Giley became weaker and weaker, which made Margaret relieved. But it was limited to the home, and she still did not intend to let Giley out of her sight. In short, as Kai taught Giley to control her power little by little, Giley changed as a whole. She began to be willing to communicate with others. And with the help of Jinn, she even began to have her own small social circle. Although there were not many people, and most of them were the kind of children who were not very prominent in the class, but this was also good. Giley had no pressure to get along with them. Recently, this child has also become fascinated by D&D. Although this is a more popular game among Oedicus, you can't expect Giley to suddenly become an athlete. In fact, Kai did not intend to train Giley to be a powerful witch. Because in the process of getting along with Giley, Kai found that Giley was not suitable for fighting. In the first 17 years of her life, her personality had been roughly fixed. Her personality was not suitable for being a powerful fighting witch. Instead of this, it is better to let Giley live quietly. This is also the expectation of Margaret and Giley herself. Hi, Chloe, Welcome back. Kai drove to a golf course. Chloe was already waiting there with a group of police officers. Today is Chloe's first day back at work after being injured. Her colleagues in the serious crime unit were planning to hold a welcome ceremony for her, but unfortunately, they were not sure about the time. So, just like now, Chloe didn't even have time to enter the police station before being called in. Thank you. Perhaps the previous experience was too exciting, making Chloe much more mature. This maturity does not refer to age or anything else, but to the way of dealing with things. How is Matilda? Did she cause you any trouble? Kai showed concern for Matilda and Chloe, the new mother and daughter. Oh, don't mention it, she and Maggie almost demolished the whole house. But fortunately, she is a good girl and she likes Maggie very much. In addition to liking to help her conceal her mistakes, I am very satisfied with her. Speaking of Matilda, Chloe had a maternal smile on her face. That's good. If you need anything, you can tell me directly. For example, I can try to arrange fewer tasks for you in terms of time. After all, I am the leader. I have the power. No, there is enough time. My mother has recently moved in with us, so there is no problem. Chloe refused the convenience given by Kai. I want to work now. I am almost rusty. The two were chatting here, and suddenly someone shouted over there, "It has been salvaged." Kai and Chloe walked into the isolation zone. There is a water hazard area on the golf course. This morning, someone found a human head on the shore and chose to call the police. This is a golf course in the West District of Los Angeles. Think about it, how much does it cost to build a golf course with complete facilities and a huge area in the West District, which is one of the richest areas in the entire greater Los Angeles area? Money brings privileges, especially in a money-oriented society like the United States. So the Bureau sent the serious crime team with the highest crime clearance rate to take over. Looking at the completely decomposed body, Kai asked the forensic doctor, "How long has he been soaking in the water?" It's hard to determine. The body has been pressed by heavy objects, and there are traces of calcium phosphate everywhere on the body, which to a certain extent affects the judgment of the time of death. Judging from the blood sedimentation situation, the closest time should be 3 to 4 weeks. We need to transport the body back to the laboratory to find out the details. Okay. Do what you should do. Kai asked his colleagues in the forensics department to continue collecting evidence. After a while, they really found something. Just when the forensic department was about to bag the body, something suddenly fell from the abdomen of the body. It was a blood glucose meter, which is what patients with diabetes use to measure blood sugar. The forensic department was relieved when they saw this thing. This thing has a serial number, and ordinary people will not buy this thing. You only need to take it to the seller to check the serial number, and you can find the owner of the blood glucose meter. In this regard, it is really better than in China. Americans' consumption habits are to use less cash, and most purchases are made with credit cards. This kind of corresponding search is very convenient. Of course, this also means that personal information is more likely to be used by others. Anyway, with this, we can quickly find out who the body belongs to. Vivian Prinz. Sure enough, an hour later, Kai got all the victim's information in his office. But when he saw her name, Kai felt something was wrong. This is a female reporter, and also the most popular female reporter in recent years. She exposed a series of illegal operations of the U.S. National Security Agency. The National Security Agency, abbreviated as NSA, is the largest intelligence department in the U.S. government agency, specializing in collecting and analyzing foreign and domestic communication data. It is affiliated with the U.S. Department of Defense and is also known as the National Security Agency. It was separated from the military department at the time, in 1952 according to a secret order from President Truman, to strengthen intelligence and communication work. It is the center of the U.S. intelligence agency. And this Vivian exposed that the U.S. National Security Agency has invaded computers in Hong Kong and mainland China since 2009, targeting the Chinese University of Hong Kong, public officials, enterprises and students' computers. Spyware, personal intelligence stealing program, has also been implanted in the products of computer and communication equipment companies such as Samsung, Cisco, Huawei and Dell. Monitoring software has been implanted in 100,000 computers around the world, large-scale monitoring and storage of citizens' telephone communication data. That's not all. Vivian also exposed 2 lists. One list is NSA's monitoring list of allies and allied leaders. The other list is the spies that the National Security Agency has planted in various countries. In other words, this Vivian has made the entire United States look bad in the international arena. Recently, according to the news that the newspaper media that Vivian worked for broke, they will provide a more explosive revelation. As usual, it's still the NSA. At this juncture, Vivian died. This is definitely a big trouble, Chloe said helplessly with the information. Yep, Kai was not in a hurry at all. You go to Vivian's house to check. Although I don't think there's anything useful there, what if, understood, Chloe just walked to the door and turned back. I remember that you and I were partners. You don't want to come with me. Chloe is indeed Kai's partner, although this partner is very casual. Basically, Kai often acts alone. No, I'm the leader, and leaders naturally have to do what leaders do. As soon as the voice fell, 3 men in black knocked on the door and came in, without waiting for Kai to say come in. Agent Wayne, we are Ryan Gale, NSA Special Agent. Look, my job is here. Kai pointed at the 3 black supers and said to Chloe, go do your work, I'll deal with these black supers. Chloe smiled and led the people away. Kai then said to the 3 men in black, what can I do for you, Mr. Gale? The Gale was also very direct. I was assigned to supervise the investigation of Vivian Prince. From now on, Keith, any evidence you and your colleagues find must go through me. Goodbye, Mr. Gale. Kai waved his hand and told them to get out. Detective Wayne, you must not realize that this involves national security issues. Agent Gale stepped forward and said to Kai in an extremely oppressive manner, with a tone full of a high-handed threat. Well, I think I can realize it. First of all, I sincerely apologize for the harm caused to you by this brave reporter. Secondly, I think she did a great job. Finally, I think you should pay more attention to the spies who were exposed. After all, that is your responsibility, isn't it? Don't let them shed blood and sweat for the country, and in the end they can't guarantee their own lives. Detective Wayne, I think your idea is very dangerous. You must know that what Vivian did is treason. She will make our overseas agents in danger. This is serious. No, no, no. Kai shook his head. I think exactly the opposite. I think it is your responsibility. You are doing intelligence work. But you were actually exposed to top-secret information by a reporter. This is too amateurish. National security is handed over to you. Tisk. I have to say, the big guys on Capitol Hill are really big-hearted. In my opinion, a female reporter can actually get these top-secret materials so easily from a huge organization like yours that spends countless taxpayers' money. It is your responsibility no matter how you look at it. She is right. The U.S. Constitution gives her the qualifications to report. Gale was just about to refute. Kai continued, also, you must realize that I'm a policeman. It's impossible for me to hand over evidence of a homicide case to an organization like yours that has enough motive to kill Vivian. You are the most likely suspect. Even if you are using the so-called national security issue as an excuse, I think this is unacceptable. We don't want to make things look bad. You do your job and we do ours. It's good for everyone. Kai ignored the implicit threat in his words. I'm not your subordinate department, and the Los Angeles Police Department doesn't need to obey the NSA. So without a clear order from the court, you'd better go back to where you came from. Or, I'll beat you up and throw you out. Having said this, Kai became even more assertive. Listen, kid. Don't think you can run up to me and pretend to be an adult in a cheap black suit. You're not qualified. In addition, you have to pay attention to the tone of your voice. You must maintain respect and awe, because that can guarantee that I won't beat you up. Now, you can get out. I'm busy and don't have time to play house with you. The 3 NSA agents looked very ugly. As the largest intelligence agency in the U.S. government, the NSA has very high authority and has always been a powerful department. But now a city policeman actually threatened them, beat them up, and despised them as worthless. This is so magical. But I have to say that what Kay said makes sense. The United States is a federal country, and the U.S. Constitution determines that the United States is a highly decentralized federal country. Even for a long time, the U.S. government has been a small government, and the state power is parallel to the federal government. The authority of the federal government and the state. It is also in the past 100 years that the federal power has gradually expanded and the state power has been relatively reduced. In particular, in order to implement the New Deal and strengthen state intervention in the economy, Roosevelt relaxed the interpretation of the Constitution in the 1930s, making the expansion of federal power legal. Even now, the autonomy of each state is still quite high. The NSA is a subordinate agency of the Department of Defense and belongs to the federal government. They have no jurisdiction over the police in each state. There is no such thing as who is higher or lower. They want to directly command and supervise the Los Angeles police. This will be regarded as the suppression of state power by the federal government, which is not allowed by many federal politicians and officials. No judge would order the police to cooperate with a federal agency because of a murder case. Generally speaking, when the federal agency goes to the local area and asks the local police to cooperate, it never relies on the administrative power of the federal government. It depends on the state government and the city government. It is impossible for NSA agents to attack police officers in the police station. If such a thing really happens, it will definitely not be Kai who is unlucky. So they can only leave in disgrace. I don't know how they operate, but soon Dustin appeared in Kai's office. To be honest, sometimes Dustin feels a little aggrieved. He is a director and he takes the initiative to come to Kai's office most of the time. He can't tell who is the leader. But it is obvious that Dustin's influence on Kai is not enough to make Kai compromise. Dustin has no choice but to let it go. After all, in Dustin's view, Kai is a subordinate without weaknesses. He doesn't care about promotion. He has enough merits, is supported by the police officers below, and has money and confidence. What can he do? The methods used by general superiors to control their subordinates are useless to him. Besides, Kai did not do anything wrong. Chapter 538 Inquiry. We have searched her house. Amazingly, there is no computer, no phone, or even any decent electronic equipment at home. Chloe reported the situation to Kai immediately after returning from Vivian's house. Thank you, Chloe. Then it's your turn, Barry, Kai said to a shy boy behind Chloe. Barry was the unlucky guy who was struck by lightning. Or he was lucky. After waking up, this child actually awakened a very powerful ability. Kai called it the Speed Force. He became very fast and could run at supersonic speeds. His maximum speed was close to the speed of light. Although he couldn't make good use of this ability at first, his reaction speed couldn't keep up with his own speed of action. That is, the situation where the brain couldn't keep up with the body. However, with the help of Dr. Harrison Wells, using the particle acceleration channel as a training ground, he was finally able to control this power. At least he wouldn't accidentally hit the wall. According to Dr. Harrison Wells's research, the application of the Speed Force is definitely not limited to this. He has now focused his research on Barry, hoping to maximize Barry's terrible power. But before that, Barry must go out to work. After all, no matter how powerful the Speed Force is, Barry still has to eat. So, Barry became a professional forensic expert at the West District Police Station. This was Kai's initiative. Barry is no longer an ordinary person. Kai is worried about him, so he puts him under his nose. Barry is not too opposed to this arrangement. He knows why Kai did this. After all, he is also a policeman, so he doesn't have any special ideas about it. He has never thought of using his abilities to commit crimes. On the contrary, he has always hoped to make better use of his abilities and help others better. I have to say that this guy is really gentle. Very clean, Barry said. What? Kai squinted at Barry. He didn't like to make jokes while working, especially in a position like the forensics department that requires extremely high professional qualities. When reporting, he must be accurate. Barry immediately became nervous. To be honest, he didn't know why he was so afraid of Kai. But every time Kai looked at him, he became inexplicably nervous. I mean, the victim's house was incredibly clean. There were no fingerprints, no hair, and even no signs of anyone moving around in the room. That house was abnormally clean, Barry added. Kai's expression remained unchanged, and he curled his lips, NSA's style, leaving no trace at all. Barry just learned that this case was related to the NSA, National Security Agency. Kai nodded. This kid has been locked up in the Star Lab for too long and is a bit out of touch with society, so he hasn't even eaten some of the recent big melons. Yep, Kai nodded. Then he ignored Barry, who was stunned, and looked at Chloe. Is the victim's family here? Yes, her husband. In the conference room? Okay, let's go talk to him. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Aubrey. I'm Kai Wayne from the Serious Crime Unit, and I'm in charge of your wife's case. Kai looked at the sturdy man in front of him with the information. Jack Aubrey, like his wife Vivian, is a reporter, but unlike Vivian, he is a sports reporter. He is a reporter for the NFL Los Angeles Rams. It's okay. Aubrey seemed a little depressed, but he didn't seem surprised by his wife's death. Kai noticed this. Mr. Aubrey, you don't seem to be very surprised by your wife's death, Aubrey did not deny. After Vivian made those reports, I had a premonition of this outcome. You know, after all, she exposed the world's largest intelligence agency. I advised her, but she didn't listen. Kai nodded, without any comment on Aubrey's words. Instead, he continued to ask, when was the last time you saw Vivian? A month ago. A month? Aren't you a couple? Although Kai's first suspect is still the NSA, it doesn't mean that other people may not have killed Vivian. We have been in a Cold War for nearly half a year, and divorce is just a procedure, but we are both too busy that we have never had time to go through this last procedure. Aubrey did not fail to hear Kai's suspicion, but he didn't care much. Firstly, he really had no guilt, as he knew he was not the murderer. Secondly, he also wanted to know who killed his wife. Although their marriage was broken, it did not mean that their feelings had really disappeared. Well, our information does not include this item. Kai flipped through the information and found that it was not noted in the information. That's because we have never made it public. We are both too busy. I travel around with the team every season, and so does she. It is a miracle that we can spend 1 month together every year. In fact, if we were not wearing wedding rings, many people would think we were single. Aubrey shrugged and said, is this the reason for your divorce? Not entirely. We have a lot of differences. Can I ask what those differences are? Aubrey understood that this was an assessment of whether he had a motive to kill Vivian. So he chose to tell everything. After all, it was not shameful. A lot, such as her lifestyle. I like sports and football. In fact, I am good at this field, but Vivian, she thinks that sports reporters are not really reporters. At most, they are just a little bit better than entertainment reporters. Reporters are also divided into different levels. The most respected ones are naturally the big reporters who criticize current affairs and can go in and out of the White House. They are basically the top of reporters. They can make a fortune by publishing a memoir after retirement. Next are the investigative reporters who specialize in exposing various scandals. Generally speaking, this kind of reporter can easily become a hero. They can also publish a memoir after retirement. Next are social news reporters. This kind of reporter is the most ordinary. There is absolutely no market for their memoirs. Next are sports reporters, and the bottom is the so-called paparazzi. And the lifestyle. Vivian is like a grown-up lady. She likes the best of everything. And I'm more casual. Of course, there's also the matter of exposing the NSA. We had an argument about it. For what? I think she's gone crazy. Exposing the NSA? Of course, these shady guys deserve to be exposed, but those agents who serve the country? They shouldn't be implicated by this. This is a betrayal. Are you a soldier? Navy SEAL Team 10, that's not surprising. Soldiers may not like those in power, but they still have some sympathy for those who serve their country. Do you know if Vivian has been acting strange recently? Haha, there are a lot of things. Ever since she started reporting on the NSA, she has become very secretive. But she never explains to me what she is doing. I just overheard a codename American and all her information came from him. If there's anyone who knows best who killed Vivian, maybe he knows best. Do you know any information about this American? Vivian is very careful. No one knows any information about the American except her. Of course, you can ask her editor-in-chief. Maybe they know more than me. One last question. What? Does Vivian have a lover outside? Because when Barry and the others were performing an autopsy on Vivian, the forensic doctor from the forensic department found the remains of a man's thing on Vivian's lower body, which meant that Vivian might have had sex with someone before her death. As for whether it was voluntary or not, this requires subsequent evidence to prove. Maybe not. It doesn't matter. I can tell you very clearly that Vivian's death has nothing to do with me. Our relationship has been over for a long time. We even divided our property a year ago. Even if Vivian dies, I won't get a penny more. She has a will. After her death, all her property will be donated. And I am looking for other women outside, so it is impossible for her to kill someone for love. If you still need my alibi or something like that, I will try my best to cooperate. I will send you all my schedules after I go back. Now, do you have any questions? No, thank you for your cooperation. Kai actually likes witnesses suspects like Aubrey. They don't think about messy things and say whatever they want. which is conducive to improving efficiency. After that, Kai talked with the editor-in-chief and colleagues of the newspaper where Vivian worked. Unsurprisingly, almost immediately, these people regarded NSA as the first suspect. Kai thought so at the beginning, but now Kai feels that NSA's suspicion has become less. The reason is simple. They are an intelligence agency. At this juncture, they should keep a low profile. Killing Vivian will only make them the biggest suspect, and they can't wash it off. Look at everyone's reaction. If it was really the NSA who did it, then it's not smart to put the blame on them. Although Kai thinks the NSA is incompetent, he doesn't think they are mentally retarded. But in the afternoon, Barry's discovery made Kai change his mind again. She has multiple fractures all over her body, especially in the head and face, and we also found a lot of blood accumulation on the remaining tissue, which means that those parts have been hit. In addition, the way she was killed is also very professional. At the same time, given that there are no defensive wounds on her arms and palms, we can make a guess that torture. Kai gave the answer directly. Barry obviously didn't expect Kai to know, so he was a little stunned. Not bad, yeah, I'm familiar with this. Kai also did this kind of work when he was in the military. Kai took the information and looked at the report carefully. Suddenly, he found a problem. Incus, what? Barry asked. It seems that the perpetrators did not intend to kill her. How could that be? Barry obviously believed that the person who tortured Vivian was the murderer. Listen, kid. I have done torture work and know how to do it. The things on it, Kai patted the information, it can only be regarded as a very basic torture. There will be no subsequent effects. At most, it will be flesh wounds. The person who tortured her was very measured, but she died in the end. Barry, like most American youths, is full of resistance to the government and authority. They don't like the government and their minions. This is why many college students are unwilling to be police officers. After all, no matter which country, college students are naturally left-wing. They like seed oil, cooking oil, and the like. That wolf. Boss, do you think Vivian is really a traitor? Vivian's actions can be said to have caused polarization in society. Some people believe that she really discredited her country and exposed confidential documents, putting the country's overseas agents in unnecessary danger. Another part believes that the NSA is breaking the law. They are not only monitoring allies, but also monitoring the people. Vivian's approach is correct. If she doesn't do this, the evil deeds of the NSA will continue. I don't care. Kai shook his head. Treason is treason. What does it have to do with Kai? I only know that Vivian is my victim now, and our job is to find the real murderer. It's not up to me to determine what kind of person Vivian is. As long as no one deprives her of her human rights, we have the obligation to seek justice for her. The police don't need to think too much when doing things. The police have a set of effective rules, that is the law. As long as the law does not stipulate that this person died in vain, then the police are obliged to find out how he died and who killed him. Just like a prostitute being that, isn't it called forced sex? Human rights are innate, and everyone has the right to protect their lives and property from infringement. So Barry's statement is completely untenable. Whether she committed treason or not does not affect the investigation of the homicide. Looks like we need to talk to the NSA. I have nothing to tell you. Your clearance level is not high enough. I am here purely out of courtesy. Wendell House, deputy director of the NSA, said expressionlessly while sitting in Kay's office. It seems that all intelligence officers are like this, always unheard and never showing emotions. Wendell is the same. This deputy director is a rare black man. At least it is rare to see black people at the top of the NSA. Very good, it seems that I don't need all those unnecessary etiquettes. Let's get straight to the point. Did you kill Vivian? Wendell smiled this time. I also appreciate your attitude. And I am happy to answer this question. My answer is no. Did you send someone to do it? No, but I have to say that her death is a happy thing for me. Does this count as admitting that you have a motive to kill? Wendell's face sank. Everyone who has read her articles knows what she did to us. She has severely damaged the NSA and put many people's lives on the line. What you should do is to catch the treason instead of trouble us. Treason is not within the scope of the police's business. You can ask the FBI. We are only responsible for homicides. And you and your organization are the most suspicious. According to my forensic findings, the murderer is a professional like you. Professional? Haha. It seems that you do have some misunderstandings about our NSA. Let me make an assumption. If it was really us who did it, I don't think we would have this conversation. Chloe on the side couldn't help asking, what do you mean? It means that if our NSA agents assassinated Vivian, we would not be able to find her body at all. Yes, with all due respect. Your so-called professional evidence seems quite amateurish to me. Chapter 539 Eavesdropping. How arrogant, Chloe, who accompanied Kai to ask questions, said a little dissatisfiedly, looking at Wendell who had already left. Of course, these people are all in a bad mood. They always think they have everything under control. They are very difficult to get along with and 100% annoying, Kai said with empathy. Unexpectedly, Chloe looked at Kai in surprise. I didn't expect such words to come out of your mouth, boss. What do you mean? Did I give you some illusion? I won't treat you with such an annoying attitude. No, what I mean is that your attitude towards those NSA agents yesterday was much worse than that of Deputy Director House, Chloe said with a snicker. Kai also laughed. I used to be with people like them when I was in the army. I have to say that the experience was definitely not a good one. They always wanted to tell us what to do and act like they knew everything, but in fact, Chloe stared at Kai seriously, and then said with curiosity, I am very, very curious about your experiences. What did you do in the army? All I can say is that my service experience is a secret of the US military, with a confidentiality level of A. If you want to know, you will have to wait at least 50 years, or plan to go to jail with me, and the sentence will be longer than you expected. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask anything. Chloe stopped talking quickly. She knew that her boss must have many secrets, but she didn't expect the consequences of knowing these secrets would be so serious. She didn't want to go to jail because of some curiosity. That would be a loss. By the way, are you sure you won't report me? Chloe was worried, so she confirmed again. Kai ignored her and looked at the information in his hand. Whether it was the NSA who killed Vivian or not, one thing is certain, that is, they did not get what they wanted. In fact, Kai has basically ruled out the suspicion of the NSA. Because as Wendell House said, they are professionals. Although they may have poor confidentiality ability and a reporter actually got the confidential documents, one thing is certain, they will not leave a body when they kill people. In fact, if Kai did it, even if he did not use supernatural means, he could use many professional means to make Vivian disappear without a trace, such as the simplest method. The Pacific Ocean near Los Angeles has no cover, and a person's body can be poured into cement and thrown into it, and not even a wave can be turned up. But one thing is certain, the NSA tortured Vivian. But after that, the NSA still wanted to take over the investigation of the case, and searched Vivian's house and took away all the products. This is very interesting. Another point is that the blood glucose meter. It is just a very ordinary thing. Why did it appear in Vivian's stomach? No one would be so foolish as to mistake that thing for candy or biscuits. Of course, the NSA would not be so bored as to stuff that thing into Vivian's stomach. So the most reasonable explanation is that Vivian swallowed it herself. Then the question is, why did Vivian swallow a blood glucose meter? Chloe, yes, boss, go to the evidence department and bring me the blood glucose meter. Let's go to the newspaper where Vivian works. Although it was unclear why Kai did this, Chloe still did it. Because the newspaper had sent someone to inquire before, when Kai and his people came again, the newspaper people were not surprised at all. Hey, Kai, but the person who received Kai turned out to be an acquaintance. Barry's secret crush, and also his adoptive father's daughter, Iris West. By the way, everyone knows that Barry has a crush on Iris, but it seems that only Iris doesn't know, and at the same time, Barry thinks that others don't know. It's very strange, right? Hi, Iris. Barry said that he couldn't speak when he saw Iris, and he was extremely nervous. But Iris didn't notice it at all. Sometimes Kai even suspected that Iris actually knew but was just pretending not to know. Barry, how is your new job? Iris greeted Barry very normally. Okay, boy, if you want to pick up girls, I'll give you time. Now get to work. Kai interrupted Barry's lame chat, if that could be considered a chat. Can you imagine that Barry, a medical student who graduated from an Ivy League school, would be so low in love? After all, it's just love. Could it be harder than the medical exam? You know, the medical exam in the United States is notoriously difficult. The only comparable one is the judicial examination. Barry blushed like a third grader, innocent as hell. Hey, Kai, Barry and I are brother and sister. What you said is really disgusting. Well, now it seems that the crux is here. Iris only thinks of Barry as a younger brother, but Barry obviously doesn't think so. Ah, poor Barry. When Barry is not being stupid, he is still very efficient. He quickly found what they wanted. A hidden laptop. This is Vivian's backup computer. Usually, Vivian will use this one when her personal computer breaks down. There is nothing surprising in it, only some meaningless pictures and some encrypted files. Let's see what's here. Barry moved his fingers and immediately started to decrypt. Barry is a genius, not only in medicine or forensics, but also proficient in computers and some messy things. He is a genius technology geek. Is it information about Americans? Iris came over excitedly, which made Barry nervous again. Iris, Kai certainly couldn't allow Iris to disturb Barry. You should understand the rules. In addition, if the content here is really important, then what you are doing is illegal. The consequences will be serious. No. The public has the right to know, and I also have the freedom to report. This is not illegal. Are you serious? Of course. Does it count as obstructing public affairs? Just let me take a look. Just one look, Iris begged. Chloe, keep an eye on him. Don't let him get within 10 meters of Barry. Kai was desperate for Barry, a good-for-nothing. A good medical student from a prestigious school, turned out to be a licker without dignity. And he was so low that he couldn't even speak. He would have to pick up a girl in his next life. After Iris, the biggest interference, disappeared, Barry's work progressed very quickly. All the files were decrypted. But they were all the information Iris needed for reporting, and they were not confidential. But Barry still found some strange things. Those pictures were a bit too big in photo size, KB. The smallest one was 9 mm. This was not a GIF, but an ordinary JPG picture, but it was a bit too big. There must be something hidden in these pictures. Can you crack it? I'll try. Half an hour passed, and Barry couldn't do it. These pictures are encrypted in multiple layers. I can't crack them without the key. The person who can do this is definitely not an ordinary person. Vivian can't do this. Barry came to the final conclusion. Kai took out Iris's blood glucose meter at this time. See if this thing can help you. Blood glucose meter. Barry took the blood glucose meter and looked at it over and over again. He found that the blood glucose meter was different from ordinary blood glucose meters. There was a USB port on the back of it, which ordinary blood glucose meters did not have. I understand. It is a double-layer verification system, a password plus biometric encryption technology. Oh, this is really a genius idea. Very good. I think we need to go back to the police station to check what is here. The blood glucose meter, of course, measures blood sugar, but before that, there must be blood. Now Kai can only pray that the people in the forensics department will not turn Vivian's body into bone so quickly. Just when Kai and his men rushed back to the police station, someone got there first. A team of NSA agents entered the forensics department, showed an authorization document signed by someone unknown, and took the body away directly. When Kai arrived, Wendell House was standing at the door of the forensics department waiting for them. When Kai saw this guy, he knew it was not good. You're spying on me. Kai was a little angry, very angry. After all, he had a lot of secrets. If he was spied on by these grandsons, he would be in big trouble. Like Vivian said, we monitor everything. Wendell seemed very proud. Okay, Detective Kai, I think you can hand over what you have to me. Why? I have a document from the Ministry of Justice. Wendell showed a document. Kai snatched it and looked at the words on it. He raised his eyebrows and threw it back. It doesn't say here that I should give you what I have. Are you playing word games with me? Listen, Kai. I don't want to be against you. There's no need for us to be hostile. Let's make it simple. Give me the stuff and we owe you a favor. Then it's over, and it's good for everyone. You spied on me, then took away my case, and then told me, it's good for everyone. Kai smiled. Does your mother know you are so capable? This matter will not end so easily. Do you know what will happen next? First, you will be arrested for obstruction of justice. Secondly, you will receive a lawsuit. Oh, it should be the NSA that will receive a lawsuit. You have violated my civil rights, privacy rights, and violated the Constitution. You monitored and eavesdropped on me without any crime, and I believe this was without any authorization. Wendell was about to say something when Kai interrupted him. Don't mention security needs to me. I can tell you very clearly that it's useless. You should have read my information in advance. I am very rich, very rich. I can gather the best lawyers in Los Angeles within one day. If it's not enough, I can invite famous lawyers from all over the United States to help me fight this lawsuit. In addition, your surveillance of me should not have been approved by the military, right? I have good news for you. In view of my special service experience, any surveillance without the consent of the Pentagon and the military will be considered illegal. Congratulations, you have just offended a very rich and very angry rich man, and also offended the military. So, you are in big trouble. Kai waved his hand and two police officers immediately stepped forward to control Wendell. Kai didn't lie. Kai once served in the Special Reaction Force, which is the most elite and mysterious force of the Special Operations Command. Most of the tasks they perform are related to national security. Of course, they also include some unspeakable tasks. These tasks are not only related to the government and the military, but also to many private individuals. Offending the government and the military is easier said than done. After all, everyone is here for work and everyone is just like the dust. But offending private individuals? That's a big problem. What's more, Kai is really rich. In this country, offending government officials may not be a big deal, but offending rich people? Unless you were richer than him, otherwise. Wendell didn't expect that he was detained just because he wanted to get the computer and blood glucose meter. And it seems that there will be more trouble in the future. Mr. Wayne, I'm sorry for your experience of being monitored, but you have no evidence to prove that these monitors were installed by our NSA. At the same time, Deputy Director Wendell also admitted that what he said before was all a joke. He just wanted to put pressure on you. If his jokes caused you any discomfort, he is willing to apologize. Less than 10 minutes after Wendell was arrested, the NSA sent someone to Kai's office again. Hoped to eliminate the negative impact of this incident. Before the NSA people came, Kai had found 6 eavesdropping devices and a pinhole camera in his office. But now the NSA has completely denied that it played this trick. For an intelligence agency, face and other things are nothing. It is a talent for them to lie with open eyes. It would be strange if we ever heard them tell the truth. Unfortunately, Kai is not so easy to deal with. I will ask the best experts in the world to confirm whether this thing is from your NSA. After all, this thing is all wirelessly transmitted. It is not that difficult to find its source. As for experts in this field, our NSA is the most professional. I hope you can trust our judgment. We will give a reasonable explanation. After all, this is also our business scope, being sent by the NSA to clean up the mess. He must be very capable. Anyway, it's just nonsense. But soon his confident smile could not be maintained. Under the distant sky, a bright firelight like a comet came from the galloping. Boom. A red and gold Metro stopped at the door of the police station. This made many policemen very excited. Now everyone knew who it was. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Kai stood at the window and waved at Tony. What do you think of Tony Stark? He could make a circuit board at the age of 4, he could build his own engine at the age of 6, and he graduated from MIT at the age of 17. I think he can give an authoritative answer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Tony's Troubles. How would you feel when a superhero, a super rich man, a super genius stands on the side of your opponent? The people of NSA will tell you that it is a kind of utter despair. They don't even need to consider how advanced their firewall system is, because it has no effect on Tony. Okay, let's make a deal. The people of NSA immediately laid down without any resistance. This is a homicide case, I'm in charge. I don't care what you want to do, but the premise of everything is to put me first. Kai put forward his own request. In addition, you NSA owe me a big favor. By the way, I don't like others to monitor my private life. Okay, I can agree to all these. But we also have requirements. Kai's face immediately became unhappy. At the same time, Tony also walked out of the Metro under the attention of everyone. As a showy guy, he also wore a suit inside the Metro, and it was still a very showy purple. Seeing Tony walk into the building, the representative of NSA immediately complained, "We can let you make a few more requests. We have our responsibilities, please understand." Kai thought about it and it seemed that there was nothing he needed from NSA. But after thinking about it, the NSA is still one of the largest intelligence agencies in the world, and their favors are still valuable, then you owe me 3 favors. When I want to fulfill these 3 favors, you are not allowed to shirk your responsibilities. Remember, any request, as long as it is not treason, this is the bottom line. As for whether Kai's request is legal or not, he is not worried at all. After all, if the intelligence agency really acts according to the law, it must be useless. So Kai's subsequent requests will definitely not be so reasonable and legal. Deal. Kai snapped his fingers, return Vivian's body, and then take away your deputy director, then goodbye. NSA left immediately, and took away the eavesdropping devices and cameras that Kai found. When Tony walked into Kai's office, he ran into those people. With Tony's arrogance, he naturally didn't care about these guys. He walked in swaggeringly. Are you busy? Busy, Kai said unhappily. Tony was certainly not the one Kai asked to deal with the NSA. In fact, Kai rarely contacted Tony. After all, his temper is really unbearable for ordinary people. For example, now. You guys go out, I have something to talk to Kai. This guy didn't care that this was Kai's office and those people were also Kai's subordinates. He started to give orders very naturally. What made Kai even more upset was that those bastards were really obedient. One by one, they immediately walked out of Kai's office and closed the door. Kai turned around and put the information and blood glucose meter evidence in his hand into a safe. Although this thing is useless to the NSA, it is at least much safer than randomly placing it in the evidence. Tisk. Are you so free now? You come to my territory and give orders to my subordinates at will. Kai didn't expect that after asking this question, he didn't get an answer, but instead ushered in an awkward silence. Kai turned around and looked at Tony in surprise. This is not his personality. This guy is not the cool type who doesn't like to talk. In fact, he is a chatterbox who likes to show off his knowledge and those unpleasant sense of humor. What's wrong with you? Did you eat something wrong? Tony's face didn't look too good. Man, I'm in trouble, Tony finally spoke up. Kai didn't care. What kind of trouble could a company owner with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars encounter? Then tell me, let me cheer up too. I'm not kidding, Kai, I'm really in trouble. Seeing Tony so serious, Kai finally took it seriously. Okay, what kind of trouble? I'm dying. Unexpectedly, Tony immediately dropped a bomb. Oh, wait, you just said, Yes, I'm dying. Tony looked at Kai seriously. Kai was sure that this guy was not kidding. What's wrong with you? Palladium poisoning? The arc reactor I designed for myself is now destroying my body. Wait, are you kidding? This is something you designed yourself, and you have never thought about the safety of this thing. Kai was incredulous. Of course I have considered it. Who do you think I am? Tony saw Kai questioning him and immediately said unhappily. But he immediately became depressed. But I didn't consider that the arc reactor is placed in my body. This is just a misconception. If the arc reactor is outside the body, its radioactivity is not as strong as in lead lamp, but when it is placed inside the body, especially when it is placed together with the blood vessels and internal organs of the body, it is poison. Wow. This may be the most ridiculous way to die I have ever heard of. So, what? You come to me to ask me to help you make a will? Although I have never done this job, I have to say that I am very happy to serve you. Kai habitually insulted him, and then said, is there any hope? Hey. I'm not dead yet. And, if I don't use my Mark IV, nothing will happen. In other words, if you don't become Iron Man, you will be fine, right? Then what are you hesitating about? Just be your playboy. Okay, the matter is resolved. You can get out. Do you know how busy I am every day? I am not interested in giving you, a rich bastard playboy, psychological counseling. Kai's attitude towards Tony has never been very good. But it was this attitude that made Tony feel that perhaps only Kai in the world could see him absolutely objectively. This was also the reason why Tony first thought of looking for Kai after learning that he was poisoned. I don't want to. What? I am Iron Man, Tony said seriously. I know this is a bit stupid, but this may be the most meaningful identity in my life, not some shitty playboy, not some billionaire. Since I was kidnapped last time, I have been thinking about who I am and what the meaning of my life is. Until I became Iron Man, I found that this is more meaningful than my previous 30 years. I don't want to give up, and I don't want to go back to being that jerk before. To be honest, it's hard for a pragmatic Oriental like Kai to understand these things. Aren't Iron Man and Playboy both him? Why is he so entangled in this? Of course, he thought so, and Kai couldn't do anything. Well, although I can't understand, what can I do? I don't know. I just want to talk to someone. I've been a little stressed recently. Well, I don't know much about your high tech, but I'm a good listener. Chapter 541 Lucifer. Tony really needed someone to talk to, but he didn't want to find a psychologist or anyone else. He didn't like showing his weak side to others. But Kai was an exception. After all, when he was at his most embarrassing, Kai saw it clearly. So, what you mean is that either we find a new element to replace the palladium in the arc reactor, or we perform surgery to remove the fragments in your chest. That's right, then do it, Kai said. Come on, you are the richest man in the world. It seems that these two things can be solved with money, not to mention that you are a genius scientist. Although I think this title is a bit exaggerated, after all, no scientist will accidentally poison himself, but there is always help, right? The problem now is that I can't do either of them. I have tried all the known chemical elements on the earth, and I haven't found a suitable substitute, Tony said a little sadly. As for surgery, that's even worse. After I found the problem, I immediately started looking for a doctor who could perform surgery on me. Unfortunately, my situation is very troublesome, very troublesome. There is only one doctor in the world with a surgical success rate of more than 50%, but when I was about to make an appointment with him, this doctor had a car accident and suffered comminuted fractures in both hands. It is even a question whether he can return to the operating table, let alone perform surgery on me. You are so unlucky, Kai said sincerely. Yes, I think so too. It can be said that Tony has a feeling of being at the end of his rope, which makes Tony a little depressed and disheartened. Don't be so desperate, there are always miracles in the world. Miracle. I think I can only look forward to this now. Kai looked at Tony and suddenly thought of a question. Does Pepper know? I don't know. If she knew, it would only turn one person's troubles into two people's. Tony shook his head dejectedly. Pepper was a very smart woman. In order to hide it from Tony, Tony tried every possible way to cover up his physical problems, such as not getting close to Pepper and having crazy parties, so as to explain his ugly face and weak body. I'm ready. If something happens to me, I will leave everything to Pepper. Tony looked at Kai with difficulty and said, Kai, I want to leave Pepper to you to take care of. Kai looked at Tony in surprise. You actually like others to NTR yourself? What the hell? Tony had never heard of NTR, but he could probably guess that it was definitely not a good thing. Kai didn't answer him, but took his suit from the hanger beside him. Come with me. Where are you going? To find that damn miracle. Light Bar, the best club in Los Angeles, is on the top floor of a building. To be precise, the entire building belongs to Light Bar. Whenever night falls, it is also the busiest time here. Countless boys and girls will be attracted here to release their passion. There are only three types of people who go to nightclubs. The first type is lonely people, who go there for entertainment and seek a kind of wildness. The second type is people at the bottom of society, who go there to get spiritual satisfaction because of social pressure, work, emotional, etc. The third type is people who make money. There are both men and women of this type. Of course, you can also say that they are people who work hard for money, although it is a bit ridiculous to say so. No matter which of these three types of people go there, there is a common reason, that is, you don't need to be faced here. In fact, you can also imagine that if the lights in the nightclub are not dim and there is no harsh music, you will understand the scene of the nightclub. Lucifer likes humans like this. He is different from other demons who only treat humans as food. He appreciates the complexity of humans. Humans can be great and glorious, or humble and insignificant, kind and noble, or evil and despicable. It is this complexity that fascinates Lucifer. He likes to see these people release themselves in front of him and show their purest side. Lucifer is a supporter of the evil nature of human beings. He believes that human nature is like that, but what he is interested in is how humans overcome their nature and let kindness and nobility bloom from the land of evil. He thinks this is the key to his transformation of hell. Lucifer, who was kicked out of the demon world, did not give up going back. Of course, this is his longest-term plan. At least in the last 100 years, he has no interest in going back. When Lucifer was playing in the human world, he really met a lot of interesting people, such as psychologist Charlie and Chloe. Unfortunately, there was a guy around Chloe who made him feel troubled. His existence forced Lucifer to restrain himself a little, at least he never dared to tease Chloe again. But he never expected that even though he was so honest, trouble still came to him. Hey, men, You're not going to let this pretty boy come and treat me, are you? Tony looked at the handsome bastard in front of him speechlessly. As for why he called someone a bastard when they just met, who the hell made this guy so handsome? Hey. Watch your words. Although Lucifer didn't care much about the slander of humans, he instinctively felt disgusted with the guy in front of him. Officer, I remember you promised me that as long as I don't cause trouble, I can stay here, right? Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you any trouble. Kai took a sip of the whiskey brought by the female bartender and found it was not bad. This wine is good. Where did you buy it? Really? Lucifer's face lit up, and he seemed very proud of it. I brewed it myself. You can also brew wine, of course. I know a lot of things, Lucifer said reservedly. If you like it, I can give you some. You'd better pay for it, otherwise it will be very troublesome. I don't want to be sued for bribery. No problem, I won't sell it to ordinary people, but you, no problem. Tony was surprised to see that the two of them actually chatted like this. Hey. Should we talk about something serious? Oh, by the way, Lucifer, I came to ask you for help this time. Lucifer? Is there really someone called this name? Tony shouted at the side. You seem to have an opinion, Lucifer said unhappily. I have to say that you humans really don't respect me in this regard. My father is not called God, and I have never betrayed anyone. I was born in hell. Tony was stunned when he heard it. He felt that he was fooled. This man, is there really nothing wrong with his brain? Kai glanced at Tony and ignored him. Tony Stark, you should know him, Kai said to Lucifer. Of course, you can also see that there is a big problem with his body. Well, there is a big hole in his chest, and there are a lot of shrapnel, and he is also poisoned. But it's not a big deal. And it doesn't look like he will die for a while, Lucifer said contemptuously. He doesn't like Tony, just like Tony doesn't like him. Like repels like. There is no way to get to the bottom of this matter. Do me a favor and take out his shrapnel. Clean up the remaining poison. No, Lucifer is not a saint. How can he help someone he hates? Can he help? Tony's face was full of distrust. Although there are many people in this world who can help you solve your current troubles, he is the only one I know in Los Angeles, Kai said seriously. Chapter 542 Myths Come from Life. Then Kai looked at Lucifer with a kind look. Lucifer admitted his weakness. Okay, I can help him, but I have to follow the rules. After all, I am a demon, so what is the price? What price? Do you mean money? You name a price, and I will never bargain, although I always feel that he is unreliable. Kai has always been reliable and should not make such a bad joke. Lucifer looked at Tony with contempt and ignored him. Just looking at Kai, there is no free lunch in the world. Although I am not your opponent now, this is not a reason to break the rules. No problem, I will give you what you want later. Kai did not have the idea of Lucifer breaking the rules. After all, the price Lucifer mentioned was really nothing to Kai. That's fine, Lucifer did not doubt Kai's integrity. In fact, it was meaningless to lie about this matter. He could save Tony and restore him to his original state. After speaking, Lucifer turned his head to look at Tony and smiled slightly. Tony had a question mark on his face. At this moment, Lucifer suddenly attacked, stabbing his hands straight into Tony's chest. Tony, a rookie, of course couldn't dodge, and he just watched Lucifer stab his hands into his chest. Then there was a sharp pain, and the pain made Tony's eyes go black in an instant, his head buzzing, and his brain was in chaos. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and went away quickly. When Tony opened his eyes again, Lucifer's hands had been pulled out of his chest. On his bloody hands, there were pieces of blood-stained shrapnel and a pool of blue liquid. Tony couldn't describe what he saw in words. Although he guessed some of the truth, it was too magical and unbelievable. Lucifer ignored him and looked at Kai. Okay, I've helped him remove the shrapnel and remove the poison. As for the rest, it's up to him. Thanks, I'll pay for it later. After saying that, Kai looked at Tony and said, okay, Mr. Huahua, you can take that thing off your chest. Are you sure it wasn't a magic trick? Tony was still a little unsure. Kai didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly pulled the reactor out of Tony's chest. Tony, a rookie, still couldn't dodge it. No, Tony instinctively feared that the reactor would leave his body. Unfortunately, Kai was not a kind person. Because he used too much force, some wires were pulled out, some of which were connected to Tony's body. Although not fatal, it was definitely painful. Tony covered his chest like a violated girl. But he immediately realized that he didn't seem to need this thing, and his body didn't feel any discomfort. When you go back, you can do a CT scan or something like that, and you will find that this is not a magic trick or a scam. Kai threw the reactor to Tony. Besides, I still want to advise you, don't walk around with a piece of radioactive material hanging on your chest like a fool. You will get cancer. Don't thank me. This is for Pepper. After all, she is my first love, right? It would be fine if he didn't talk about this, but when he talked about this, Tony immediately got angry. Hey, brother, I know you and Pepper are in a relationship, but it's just a kid's play. It doesn't count. She already has a boyfriend. It's me. I don't allow you to have any ideas about her. Well, Kai pursed his lips and shrugged. What do you mean by well? It means that I heard that you have been partying like crazy recently, and with all kinds of beautiful women. I know Pepper, she is not the kind of girl who can meet her boyfriend and fool around. Maybe this afternoon, you will no longer be her boyfriend. And to be honest, I always think that Pepper is still interested in me. So, well, Tony suddenly felt a little unconfident. Of course, he still remembered the way Pepper looked at Kai Chicago. If Kai hadn't withdrawn voluntarily and helped them push forward, Pepper probably wouldn't have confirmed their relationship with him yet. This made Tony feel that Pepper was given to him by Kai. When Kai and Tony left a light bar, Tony clearly felt that Kai was a little bit wrong, at least his face looked a lot paler. What price did you pay? Tony has always been curious about this question. He tried to give Lucifer money, but Lucifer simply disdained those things. Lucifer, demons, deals, what can you think of? Wait a minute, is this true? What is true? All of this? Well, what do you mean? Let me put it this way, do you believe in myths? No. Well, I didn't believe it before. Before crossing, Kai was never a supernatural enthusiast. As for after crossing, he himself is a part of the supernatural. But sometimes, myths are not born out of thin air, they must have their own sources. So, Lucifer, I can tell you that he is indeed Lucifer, and he is indeed a devil. Wait, let me sort it out. So Lucifer is real. The Lucifer I think of, well, there is a little difference, but the one in the Bible is indeed partly created based on Lucifer. What about God? Oh, that one is made up. WHT. What's so surprising about this? If there really is an omniscient and omnipotent God in the world, do you think the world will become like this? Let alone, if God really exists, Los Angeles would have been destroyed at least 800 times. Indeed, the two sinful cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. According to the Old Testament, Sodom was a sexually open city that indulged in homosexuality and chaos, and did not shy away from homosexuality. Please, look at Los Angeles now. Homosexuality and the like are very normal, and even same-sex marriages are publicly blessed. As for other crimes in the Bible, Los Angeles is even more guilty. Apart from anything else, if Los Angeles were placed in the Middle Ages, the church would have launched a holy war. Then he came from another world, which we call the demon world. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that it is not a good place. The residents there, that is, the demons, are not the product of the corruption of the human soul. They are just like humans, a kind of intelligent creatures. Just a little weird, so there are really demons, of course, then except for a few adaptations, most of the descriptions of demons in the Bible stories are correct. Why do you know this? Aren't you a policeman? Well, I know a lot of demon hunters. Demon hunter, literally. Tony felt that his 3 views were about to explode. Chapter 543 Tony lacks love. Tony did not go home in his Mecha, but got on Kai's Chevrolet Suburban. There was no other way. His reactor was pulled down by Kai, and he couldn't put it back for a while, so he could only take a car home. Besides, he finally got rid of palladium poisoning, and he didn't want to be poisoned again. So, the price you promised him is your soul. Although his worldview was shattered, Tony was not an ordinary person after all. He quickly sorted out his mood and began to analyze whether Kai was fooling him. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out why Kai lied to him. Moreover, he saw clearly just now that Lucifer's hands were inserted into his chest like that, and then pulled out intact. So Tony is inclined to believe Kai now. So if Lucifer is really a demon, then it goes without saying what price Kai has to pay. Kai glared at Tony. When did you get the illusion that I would give you my soul? I like women. Then what's the price? I can compensate you. Kai shook his head. I can't tell you that. Everyone has their own secrets, right? When demons trade with humans, the only thing they accept is the soul. Kai naturally couldn't give his soul to Lucifer. Kai is not a saint yet. What he gave to Lucifer was the soul energy of the golden finger. That thing is the soul power that has been systematically refined. This thing is more nourishing to demons than the 10 perfect tonic pill. Kai took out the soul energy for the transaction, and Lucifer's face was so beautiful that snot bubbles came out. This is definitely a profit compared to the transaction. Of course, Kai didn't lose anything either. Anyway, there are many bad people in this world. When the time comes, let Mr. Hannibal, the ghost butcher, go out and harvest them, and you will have everything. So helping Tony pay is as simple as treating him to a meal. Kai didn't plan to get anything from Tony by this. Tony also knew that it was very rude to explore other people's secrets, but the problem was that his damn curiosity made him unable to resist. Besides, when had this guy ever cared about other people's feelings? I guess it must be something very precious. Kai thought about it and said simply to prevent this guy from making random guesses and not knowing what he would come up with. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Anyway, it's not precious to most people. What is it? Soul. But didn't you just say? Tony looked at Kai shocked. I didn't say it was mine, Kai said quickly. Can you decide on other people's souls? Tony didn't know much about the mechanism of the soul, but he knew that it was unlikely to be treated casually. The dead won't protest. You mean, you kill people and then use the souls of the people you killed as bargaining chips to exchange for my health? Bingo. But aren't you a policeman? Tony felt that this was not a good thing to do. After all, other people's lives are also lives. Kai was operating the steering wheel while looking at Tony, saying with a smile, what are you thinking? The lives of my men were all killed by thugs legally. Do you think I have time to play a murderer? But won't this be a moral problem? What problem? Where do you think the soul goes after death? I can tell you clearly that there is no God on this world, nor the hell in the Bible. The soul of a person will naturally dissipate and return to nature after death. I am also recycling waste. Otherwise, why do you think the devil wants to trade with humans? Isn't it more labor-saving to wait for people to die and accept their souls? Tony felt much better after hearing this. Kai left Tony at Stark Tower and left quickly. He was so busy that he didn't have time to laugh with Tony. Looking at the Chevrolet Suburban that was riding away, Kai gave the car a middle finger and could only walk into the building with a suitcase in his hand. The top 3 floors of Stark Building are Tony's private space. Sometimes Tony lives there, but he prefers the villa on Malibu Beach. When he went up to the top floor, Pepper was already waiting there. Tony. Where have you been? I've called you hundreds of times. Pepper was indeed a little anxious. She was not a fool. Tony's recent behavior was obviously abnormal. This made her very worried, and at the same time she was very dissatisfied with Tony. If there was really something, he should tell her. Even if she couldn't help him, at least there was someone to discuss it with, instead of knowing nothing like now. If there was nothing, it would be even more unforgivable. Tony didn't explain, but stepped forward and hugged Pepper. Now Pepper couldn't ask any more questions, not to mention that Pepper could feel a sense of relief from Tony, which was much better than Tony's previous lifeless bastard. Pepper didn't say anything, just hugged Tony and patted his back gently. Sometimes, Pepper felt that she was not in love, but raising a son. Tony was willful, picky, didn't like to consider others, and was mean. In short, he was a typical adolescent boy. But Pepper knew that behind these words, Tony was a sensitive boy who longed for attention and was extremely fragile. He longed for love, but was afraid of losing it, so he liked to disguise himself with cynicism. He was afraid that others would enter his heart, but at the same time he longed to be loved. He was a very contradictory guy. Can you tell me what happened? Tony gently sniffed Pepper's nice hair fragrance and was about to say something. Jarvis suddenly spoke. Sir, I have to bother you. You have a visitor. I don't want to receive anyone for the time being. Let him come tomorrow. I think you have to see him. He's already in the house. Jarvis' voice seemed to reveal a hint of helplessness. What? Tony subconsciously wanted to put on his armor, but he had just thrown his Mark IV armor disguised as a suitcase beside the sofa, which was still some distance away from him. This was a disadvantage of a big house. After realizing that he couldn't put on the armor right away, Tony immediately shouted to Jarvis, "Start defense mode, Z." There was a sound of mechanical movement, and more than a dozen 6-barreled machine guns stretched out from the corners of the room. At the same time, a series of lasers shot out from nowhere, scanning the entire room. At the same time, several armors that were originally on standby rushed out from the standby position under the control of Jarvis, blocking Tony and Pepper. Oh. Wait. Wait. I have no ill intentions. A black man in a black windbreaker appeared in Tony's living room, raised his hands, and looked at the weapons in the room, pointing at him with a look of surprise. Is this your residence, Tony? Who the hell is so bored to install so many weapons in his own home? Chapter 544 Trust. Hey. Man, I mean no harm. Tony looked at a black man who appeared in his home, dressed so. After all, this is Los Angeles. Ordinary people don't run around in leather windbreakers, which are not breathable, and the climate in California is always warm. Is the economic situation so bad now, brother? You have to know that you broke into the home of the richest man in the United States. Are you crazy because of poverty? Tony could see that this one-eyed man was not a poor guy. After all, no poor guy would dress so neatly, and at the same time, he had the ability to pass through the layers of security of Stark Tower. If that was the case, Tony would consider firing all the security guards of the entire building tomorrow. Listen, Tony. I'm here to help you. I don't mean any harm. So, can you put those things away? I have to say, your security system is really impressive. Who are you, Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency, SHIELD? Tony didn't know Nick, but he knew SHIELD. In fact, he spent a lot of time investigating this organization. After all, this organization was related to the death of his parents. What exactly do you want to do here? Without waiting for Nick to answer, Tony said to Pepper, call Kai. Tony didn't trust this organization. Even though this organization stood on his side when dealing with Ironmonger before, it couldn't change Tony's position. In Tony's opinion, they were only interested in Ironmonger and the arc reactor. Pepper immediately took out his mobile phone, but after the phone was dialed, there was a no-signal prompt tone. The signal is blocked, Jarvis. Yes, sir, the external communications of the building have been interfered with. We can contact Mr. Wayne directly via satellite. Nick felt that his script was completely changed. According to his idea, shouldn't he appear to help Tony, and then let Tony inherit his father's will and join S.H.I.E.L.D., or at least join the Avengers plan? But now, Tony obviously didn't intend to listen to him. Wait a minute. Tony, I know your father. Nick Fury hurriedly stopped Tony's action. There was no way. Even Nick Fury knew how difficult Kai Wayne was. Even SHIELD didn't want to offend a super tough guy like Kai unless it was necessary. I know you've been looking into the truth about Howard's sacrifice recently. Oh, since you know my father and you know that I found out the truth about my parents' death, why don't you just tell me who did it? That way everyone can feel more relaxed. Tony obviously didn't want to listen to this guy's nonsense. I used to work with your father. Your father was a very, very good man. He created the current SHIELD. As he said that, Nick took out a thick paper document and a small box of film from his arms. He left the most important things in his life to SHIELD, but there is a small part of it that he left for you. What is this? New elements? Tony immediately looked up at Nick Fury. Are you kidding? This is a new element invented by my father in S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, it is only theoretical. At the level of technology at that time, even your father could not realize this theory. But now, I think you will need it. Nick Fury slowly put the things in his hand on the sofa and backed away very carefully. After all, there were at least a dozen machine guns pointing at him. Even if he was the king of spies, he would die if he was hit by these things. Tony picked up the pile of information, which was a set of element equations. Although he didn't look carefully, there was no doubt that it was an element that had never been discovered in the world. What do you want to do? Tony didn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be so kind. Trust. I hope to gain your trust, Nick Fury said sincerely. Trust? Are you kidding? My parents' death is related to you, but you haven't mentioned it for so many years. Not only that, you have deleted all the information about that incident and packaged it as an accident. And now you tell me that you and my father are friends. You still want to gain my trust? Every time Tony thought of his parents being killed, but S.H.I.E.L.D. covered up the truth, he felt angry. About that accident, it was murder. Well, murder. What I can tell you is that there are many, many things involved, and it's very complicated. Even now, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. haven't found the answer. No. You have the answer. Bucky Barnes. Ever since Kai found the video of the assassin, Tony has been looking for the identity of the attacker, although the video is extremely blurry due to the age. But Tony still sharpened and pixelated the blurry image to the maximum extent through his own efforts. Although it was still distorted, Tony still recognized who that person was. In fact, at least 1/3 of the people in the United States can recognize who that person is. James Buchanan Barnes is Captain America's closest comrade in arms and his most solid supporter in World War II. With Captain America's enthronement, everything about Captain America is extremely popular with the American people, so Bucky Barnes has also become known to everyone. The United States also has patriotic education, and Captain America's deeds have even been included in elementary school textbooks, and Bucky Barnes has also received this treatment. Nick Fury was silent. If you know about this, then you should understand why we can't make it public. Do you understand how important Bucky Barnes and Captain America are to the United States? They are the symbol of the United States. Once the public knows that Bucky Barnes betrayed and killed Howard, what does it mean to this country, and even to Howard? If these are confirmed, then who should be the righteous side? Bucky Barnes? Or Howard? The public will not judge rationally, they only believe what they understand, and by then, Howard is very likely to become. Besides, we have never given up looking for the truth. There are many strange things about this matter that cannot be explained. Bucky Barnes should have died long ago, and the captain saw it with his own eyes. Who saved him? And for what purpose? We know nothing. Nick Fury tried to explain the meaning of this to Tony. Unfortunately, Tony was too lazy to care. He is a willful bastard, remember? Fuck Squid. Fuck S.H.I.E.L.D. Fuck Justice. Fuck Captain America. Fuck Bucky Barnes. All I know is that bastard killed my parents. I don't care who he is. And you, get out of my house. Chapter 545 Spy Black Widow. Nick finally left the house, because he knew that Tony would not listen to anything he said now. But Nick was very sure that there must be something fishy going on. Bucky Barnes was undoubtedly a patriot. Of course, this was not the point. Nick was a natural skeptic. He was full of doubts about everything. Whether Bucky Barnes was a traitor or not, it was not important now. What was important was that he was a thing of the past. What was really in front of him was the captain. The most indispensable person in the Avengers plan was the patriotic, justice-filled and responsible Captain America, Steve Rogers. Only when he led the organization could others rest assured that a group of supermen with great destructive power would gather together without getting out of control. Without Captain America, the Avengers plan would be a joke. But now Tony hated Captain America so much that the Avengers plan, which had not yet started, came to a standstill. According to the conclusion of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Science Department, Captain America's awakening has been put on the agenda, and soon, Captain America will be able to wake up from his long sleep. Therefore, Nick Fury could only eliminate Tony's anger towards Captain America during this period of time. If not, then Tony would have to be excluded from the plan. What's wrong? It doesn't look like the result is good, a voice interrupted Nick's thoughts in the invisible Quinjet. Natasha, you're here earlier than planned. Nick Fury's sharp one-eyed gaze fixed on a corner in the cabin. Soon, a graceful woman in a black tights came out from the corner. This woman had beautiful red hair with big waves. Big waves are not a hairstyle that ordinary women can handle. If the conditions cannot hold back the hairstyle, it will look very vulgar, even gaudy. But this kind of coquettish and slutty hairstyle looks very suitable on this woman, and even makes her more charming out of thin air. I'm used to arriving early, Natasha, the beautiful but deadly woman, smiled and said, so my mission this time is to seduce that playboy, Natasha Romanoff, a legendary woman, maybe one of SHIELD's most important assets. Although this beautiful spy looks only in her 20s, she was actually born in Stalingrad, the former Soviet Union, in 1928. She was taught various fighting and assassination techniques by Soviet intelligence personnel since she was a child. After her body was transformed by the Soviet government's secret agency Red Room, her physical fitness was strengthened and the aging speed was slowed down. She became the Soviet Union's ace agent during the Cold War, codenamed Black Widow. But correspondingly, she will never be able to have children. At first, she was sent to the United States by the Soviet Union to engage in espionage activities and steal secret technology from the U.S. government. Later, for some reasons, she joined SHIELD and obtained American citizenship. Black Widow has received extensive spy training and is also an expert martial artist, including karate, judo, kenpo karate, ninjutsu, aikido, French boxing and various styles of kung fu, shooter and weapons expert. She has a unique intelligence and incredible affinity, can conceal her true feelings, and can quickly process multiple information streams, such as threat assessment, like Captain America, and can quickly respond to changing tactical situations. If it is a frontal battlefield, Black Widow may be an excellent soldier. But she is only excellent. But when it comes to various spy wars, she is a bug. She has seen the turbulent changes of a world for 100 years, and has seen through people's hearts and human nature, which adds to her unique beauty. Time flies. Even though Black Widow is nearly 100 years old, she is still slim and beautiful. Countless heroes have fallen at her feet and willingly fallen into her spider web. No. According to the original plan, you will be placed next to Pepper Potts as her personal assistant. However, before that, I need you to pay attention to someone. Natasha looked at Nick strangely. She has worked with Nick for a long time, so she knows this man very well. He is not a person who will change the established plan at will. Tenacity and stubbornness are also the characteristics that make Nick the king of spies. Who? Kai Wayne. He is now a policeman, Nick said. Kai Wayne, I have heard of his name from Hawkeye. He is said to be a very good fighter. I thought you would recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has two ways to recruit new members. One is to train them by themselves. S.H.I.E.L.D. has its own training base, which absorbs new people with potential from all over the world every year and trains them from scratch. The second is to absorb outstanding personnel from other industries, among which the military is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s favorite place to poach people. Kai once served in the most elite troops in this country, and his style of doing things is actually in line with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s appetite. Such talents are definitely S.H.I.E.L.D.'s favorite seedlings. We tried, and he was very wary of us. Although we don't know where his wariness comes from for the time being, it is most logical to come from Tony. Seriously speaking, Kai and S.H.I.E.L.D. should be considered to have a happy cooperation, but since Kai found out about the murder of Tony's parents, he has hated S.H.I.E.L.D. At least this seems more reasonable. After all, Nick didn't know that Hannibal was Kai's pseudonym. Anyway, this time point just happened to coincide with Tony's investigation. Is there anything worth noting about him? Although she is the queen of spies, Natasha can't really know everything. I noticed that he had a great influence on Tony, and I also found that Tony seemed to be cured by him. But I don't know how he did it. Nick Fury saw clearly that there was nothing wrong with Tony's body, which was completely different from their previous intelligence. And Nick Fury instinctively felt that this was inseparable from Kai. So he wanted to figure out what was going on. After all, he originally planned to rely on this opportunity to improve Tony's favorability, but in the end. In short, Kai didn't give Nick a very good impression. There is another thing that needs to be paid attention to. What? Batman, is there any intelligence showing that he has a relationship with Tony? Although there is no news in this regard at present, I can foresee that Batman will have a connection with Tony. Nick Fury can live to this day, and his extraordinary premonition has also made a lot of contributions. I need you to figure out what Batman is planning to do with the arc reactor. What I'm most worried about is that he will crack the arc reactor's technology, which would be a threat to us. Chapter 546 Heroes and Humanity. People like agents and spies look at things in a completely different way from ordinary people. They have a stronger sense of crisis. To put it simply, they are more willing to evaluate things from the negative side, that is, to do the worst. Batman does not appear very often, and every time he appears, he helps the police punish criminals, and there is no record of excessive use of force. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is very easy to be classified as a good person, but in the eyes of Nick Fury and Black Widow, things are not so simple. They know Batman's first reaction is that it is a threat. There is no reason. If there must be a reason, it is that Batman is not under their control, and they don't even know what Batman's true identity is. In comparison, superheroes like Iron Man and Captain America are much better, because they know who they are, their weaknesses, their behavior, and their bottom line. But about Batman, they know nothing. Although Batman appears to fight criminals, who can guarantee that he will do the same next time? Not being controlled is a threat. It's a very rogue logic, but it is very necessary. Then about Tony, don't do anything for now. I'll find a way. Nick leaned back and began to think divergently. The world has changed recently, and all kinds of messy characters have begun to appear in a strange way. The three Chicago women, Hannibal, Batman, Iron Man and the resurrected Captain America. Although Nick Fury does not believe in the so-called fate, everything that has happened recently always makes him feel that a storm is coming. And he has to deal with more than just that. The murder of Howard Stark and his wife has always made Nick feel that there is an invisible darkness shrouding SHIELD. After he became the director of SHIELD, this feeling became even stronger. Indeed, he has a high prestige in SHIELD, and his orders will be executed without reservation. But he always feels that there is something between him and SHIELD when he is commanding SHIELD. This feeling makes Nick Fury feel uncomfortable. As a suspicious person, he feels that he must prepare countermeasures before things are beyond his control. The Avengers plan is exactly the countermeasure he prepared. Of course, this is just one of them. How could Nick, who is so suspicious, put all his hopes in one basket? It is normal for a cunning rabbit to have 3 burrows. The reason why he is called the King of Spies is that he likes to have more burrows than a cunning rabbit. Then I have no problem, Black Widow nodded and stopped talking. Just as the cabin fell into silence, a woman in a SHIELD uniform walked in. It was Nick's deputy, Agent Mary Hill. This is a communication from Phil. Nick took the tablet. It showed Phil's image. Los Angeles has become more lively. No greetings, no extra words. Phil sent a video. In the video, several bank robbers were suddenly subdued after a gust of wind. From beginning to end, they didn't understand what happened. Slow down the video 10 times and watch it again. After the video was slowed down 10 times, Nick could see clearly that a red shadow passed by these people, and then these people fell to the ground. Yet, Los Angeles is getting more and more lively. A new superhero appeared in the city. People call him the Flash. According to the video footage left by witnesses, this superhero likes to wear red tights and is very, very fast. Once he moves, the human eye can't catch him at all. Unlike the cold Batman, this superhero seems to be much more approachable. In just a few days, this superhero has provided a lot of talk for the city. He prevented 3 bank robberies. To be honest, if it weren't for the newspaper, the locals in Los Angeles would not know that Los Angeles banks are so popular. By the way, he also prevented 15 cases of rape. Well, in a big city, this kind of thing is not uncommon. There were also 2 fires, and he saved everyone. He is simply a model worker. So the name of the Flash quickly became famous. However, now Mr. Flash has to stand honestly in front of the head of the West District Major Crimes Unit, Detective Wayne. It's great to run fast. As soon as the news came out, Kai guessed which guy was causing trouble. No. I just think, since I have this ability, I should help others. Barry was panicked, although he didn't know what he was panicking about. Tisk. If you do this, what will happen to us police? Do you know that because of you, there are 30% more reports criticizing the police in the newspaper today? Sooner or later, you will make many guys unemployed if you do this. Kai actually didn't object to Barry doing this. After all, it's a good thing, right? It's just that he doesn't like this kid's impetuous personality. He hasn't figured out his own abilities, but this guy starts to wander around. Too unstable. I didn't think so much. I think you should think more about it in the future. This kid's sense of responsibility made Kai not know what to say. At the same time, he felt helpless. Stop him? From Kai's point of view, he didn't want to stop him, but just letting him be impetuous? It didn't seem good. You have to think clearly. If you really want to be a vigilante who walks outside the law, what price you must pay? Barry raised his head and looked at Kai, not quite understanding what this meant. When you take this path, you will be hated by everyone. Kai felt it necessary to explain. Why? I'm helping others. Yeah, you are helping others. You're breaking the law, kid. You're a policeman yourself, you know what I'm talking about. You will be arrested by the police because you break the law and make the police appear incompetent. All the bad guys hate you too because you're an obstacle to them. I don't care. The young man was stubborn. Barry shouted with his neck stiff. I just want to protect those innocent people from being harmed. Have you ever thought that the people you protect will also hate you? Barry was stunned. This was too far from his worldview. How is it possible? Why not? You know, human heart is the scariest thing in the world. You can help others, but can you help everyone? So there will always be victims. Who will those victims blame? Blame the bad guys? Of course. This is natural. But how good do you think you will be? They will blame you. Why didn't you show up in time? Why can you save others, but can't save him or his relatives? Many times, human beings do not have only one thought. So often when these superheroes do a good job, as long as they lose the interests of a human being, They will often be misunderstood by some people, or even cursed and hated. Superheroes are not gods, they cannot be omniscient and omnipotent, and it is even more impossible for everyone to be happy. But for individual human beings, it is not like this. Those people always ask questions like, why don't you save a few more, and what about the ones I lost? In the final analysis, this is a disguised declaration of if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Barry was dumbfounded. Of course he knew this kind of emotion. After all, it is very common for the police to be angered by the victims and the victims' families. Of course, there are deeper reasons. Although superheroes are emerging one after another now, in fact, this kind of thing has not been around for a long time, and everyone is still immersed in the novelty. As time goes by, people's ideas about superheroes will change a lot. People will start to be afraid of superheroes. People are not afraid of superheroes themselves, but those extraordinary powers. This power brings them fear. Because the police are restrained, but people can't see where the restraint of superheroes is. They can only believe that the superheroes are honest. But this belief is pale. Your friends may betray you one day. How can you always trust a strange masked group? Rely on the self-awareness of superheroes? Don't be funny. There is no trust without reason in this world. Even Washington, the founding father of the United States, was suspected by the Continental Congress at that time after the victory of the War of Independence. Washington returned to the Congress and left the army in place, and went to the Congress alone. You know, many people in the Congress at that time were Washington's comrades and close friends. How can you, a group of masked thugs who don't know your name and who have great destructive power, get the unreserved trust of others? People are afraid of things they can't control. This is an unsolvable contradiction, requiring a person who often does dangerous things beyond the law and obligations to be bound by human laws in turn. This is very interesting. For most people, when they are used to the selfless dedication of heroes, they will have some seemingly ridiculous ideas. You are a superhero, so you should do this. You are a superhero, so you must be responsible for this. This is the inferiority in the human subconscious. And this inferiority is often accompanied by a lack of understanding of the position of oneself and the other party, and some unreasonable demands are made. In their subconscious, since superheroes are so powerful, they should do their best. This kind of thing is not speculation. It has actually happened in the real world. If you watch social news, you will definitely see that doctors are besieged by family members because they failed to save a patient. Because in the eyes of many people, they spend money to send patients to the hospital, and the hospital has the responsibility to cure them. But the question is, can the hospital do it? They have never thought about this. This kind of thing does not only happen in hospitals, but the police can also encounter a lot of such things. A man gave $1 to a beggar on the street every day when he went to work, but one day he didn't have $1, so he didn't give it that day. As a result, the beggar cursed the man who gave alms for being heartless. This story is not just a story. When humans are used to enjoying the help of superheroes in favorable aspects, but sometimes because of a little loss of interests, they often forget the 99% of help provided by the heroes in the past. In common parlance, this is the typical rhythm of gratitude for a little bit of rice and hatred for a big bit of rice. This is human nature. No matter who you are, you can't escape it. Barry suddenly felt a creepy feeling at that moment. But soon, Barry returned to normal. I firmly believe that what I did is right, and protecting others from harm is always right. I am fighting for my own beliefs, not for the praise and admiration of others. All this is my own choice. Kai laughed. Remember these words, kid. It will be very important to you. Kai once heard such a passage. What is a hero? The way of judging whether they need to help others based on interests has never been within their choice range. That is why this kind of operation, which is somewhat like cutting meat to feed the eagle, is the reason why these heroes, after seeing through the complexity of human nature, still choose to believe and are willing to fight for the justice and beauty of human nature, and are willing to abide by the principle that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. These are the reasons why they are truly called heroes. Of course, this is easy to say, but it is actually difficult to do. Kai never thought he could do it. So he chose to use a vest. What does the abuse and misunderstanding against Hannibal and Batman have to do with Kai? By the way, I don't care how you do chivalrous things, even if you stay up all day and run to be a hero, you, Barry, are a policeman. So you must do what you should do, otherwise I will still deduct your salary. Yes, Barry thought this should be Kai's encouragement to him, right? Get out. Keep investigating the murder and corpse disposal case for me, yes. After driving Barry away, Kai started to make phone calls. He needed to book a flight for 3 days later. Remember? When they were in Chicago, Saji and Rauki said they were getting married. The wedding should have been held a long time ago. But because the two big and strong men suddenly had a desire to compete with each other, they originally planned to stagger the wedding time and hold it one after the other. But they actually argued about who would be the first. They didn't want to be the first one. Because they felt that this was the first wedding in their lives and they wanted to make it perfect. If one of them held the wedding earlier, the second one would definitely try every means to surpass the first one. Although it was childish. But these two idiots really argued about it for half a year. Finally, with the strong intervention of the two brides-to-be, the two boys in their 30s finally reached an agreement. They decided to hold it at the same time. In this way, no one would surpass the other. The time was 3 days later. Kai had to attend no matter what. Especially since these two guys borrowed $100,000 from him each. To be honest, Kai really couldn't imagine what kind of wedding would cost $100,000 in a rural place like G8 town. Maybe more than that, after all, these two guys also have their own savings. Kai had just finished making a phone call to book tickets when Barry suddenly rushed in. Boss, I found something. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Falling into Trap. Barry used hacking to repair files and found an email address in Vivian's computer. With this address and key, Barry cracked Vivian's email and got several deleted emails from it. These emails were all encrypted. But this didn't bother Barry. To be honest, sometimes Kai was curious. Barry was a bachelor no matter how you looked at it, right? He studied medicine and even passed the medical qualification examination. Then he joined the police station as a forensic officer, and he was very, very professional. At the same time, he knew all kinds of high-end computer technology and was also a top-notch technology geek. These characters added together, he was definitely a young talent. But even so, this guy didn't have a girlfriend. Can you believe it? If someone else had this condition, he would probably have a party every night. Back to the topic, after cracking the email, it was found that it was the email between Vivian and the American who leaked the NSA secrets. There was nothing important in it, mostly greetings, but it always mentioned a place, the Ravenbach Hotel. In the last email, the American asked Vivian to wait for him in room 43 of the hotel. After learning this clue, Kai immediately led people to the hotel. This hotel is not in Los Angeles, but in Santa Barbara. It is a very retro hotel located in a forest and is very secluded. According to the imagination of ordinary people, opening a hotel in this ghost place will definitely have very bad business. But in fact, on the contrary, this hotel is very welcome. The reason why this welcome is in quotation marks is that these customers who like this hotel don't want to be exposed when they come here. The main service of this hotel is privacy. Absolute privacy. There is no need to record any stay in this hotel. They do not accept any payment methods other than cash. They do not have monitoring, and even communication. This hotel has installed signal jammers, and any communication equipment is here for decoration. The service staff here are also required not to communicate with customers. Whatever the customer needs, they only need to write it down. When the customer is in the room, the waiter is also prohibited from entering. Even if the food is delivered, it will only be delivered to the door, and then the service staff will leave immediately. In short, in a word, everything is for privacy. This is a private holy place for those cheating men and women in Los Angeles. Of course, this also makes it convenient for murderers. The rooms here are all soundproof to ensure maximum privacy. Even if there is rock music inside, the neighbors can't hear it. When Kai and his team entered room 43, they met an uninvited guest. Remember the NSA agent Gale who broke into the police station and planned to take over the case? Hi. Officer Wayne, we meet again. I remember I said that the NSA is not allowed to monitor us, right? Kai's expression immediately became dangerous. The NSA people arrived at the scene faster than them. Kai immediately thought that they were being monitored. Agent Gale immediately raised his hands and said, "Wait, You seem to have misunderstood something. We did not intervene in the murder case, and we have no intention of breaking the agreement. We are just doing our job, and we only want the traitor. So, you investigate your murderer, and I will perform my duties. Let's keep our distance and be safe." Kai did not comment. He just asked Barry to take people to check the entire room. There were no useful clues left in room 43. There were no clues except for the semen stains all over the bed and the blood stains on the curtains. Perhaps, the NSA had erased all the clues in advance. Because in this house, apart from the fingerprints of some temporary residents, there were only Agent Gale's fingerprints. "Is this why you don't interfere with our investigation?" Kai pointed at the room and asked unhappily. "Believe me, we are professionals. I can guarantee that everything here is exactly the same as when I came. After all, it has been at least 3 weeks since Vivian entered here last time. Only God knows how many people have entered here in the meantime," Agent Gale assured. "But you," Barry pointed to the 4 consecutive pop-ups of Agent Gale's forehead on the computer screening system and angrily wanted to accuse him of destroying the scene. But Kai stopped him. "NSA's excellent agents should be the best at cleaning up traces, right? This is our job. Our job requires that no one notices us." "That's great." Kai took out the handcuffs. "You are suspected of murder, so come with me." Gale was obviously a little confused. He shouted, "Officer Wayne. I was just doing my job and didn't mean to destroy the scene." "Yeah, an NSA agent would be so careless to leave his fingerprints at the crime scene. Do you think I will believe it? And you said yourself that the NSA has stopped monitoring us. Well, can you tell me how you found this place before us? We naturally have our sources." "Then tell me your sources," Kai said with a sneer. "But when your deputy director told me that the NSA did not kill Vivian, I was basically sure that it was not the NSA. As he said, the NSA is not so rough that they would leave the body for us police. At the same time, they did not find what they wanted, that is, they were not at the scene when Vivian was killed. So tell me, who else would know that Vivian was here besides us?" "The reason is simple. If the NSA gets something, then Vivian will be useless. At that time, it doesn't matter whether to silence her or let her go. It is not the turn of the West District Police Department to find the body. Then the next step is simple. If the NSA didn't kill Vivian, who else knew where Vivian was killed? Only the murderer. The NSA didn't monitor Kai and his team, and Kai came here as soon as he got the clue. No one would be faster than Kai and his team, except the murderer who knew the crime scene. In addition, there are fingerprints at the scene. Just like Gale said just now, they are professionals. There is no such thing as leaving fingerprints at the scene. Is it difficult to wear gloves? Then why did Gale still leave his fingerprints, and did it in front of the police? You want to remove the suspicion by contaminating the scene, so as to give a reasonable explanation for your fingerprints at the scene. Right, MR American. Gale's face turned ugly when Kai said those inferences. When Kai said the code name American, his originally barely maintained calmness completely collapsed. "I don't know what you're talking about, you know," Kai said with a smile. "In fact, I don't care whether you betray the country or not. Anyway, that's none of my business. In fact, I quite like you making the NSA people in a mess. But killing people is not okay, and it's in my jurisdiction." The others were also shocked. "You have no evidence. It's all shown on TV. Suspects who say this will basically be nailed to death. The facts are similar. I do lack evidence. The evidence here has been contaminated. Kai can't prove to the court when Gale left his fingerprints here. There is a 99% chance that the judge will let the jury not accept this evidence. In addition, Gale is professional enough. Although there may be omissions, he basically won't leave evidence that can nail him. This is the annoying thing about professionals. But the problem is that the NSA doesn't need evidence," Kai said with a smile. "They don't even need to check. After all, no matter how secret your whereabouts are, they will leave traces, and you do have the opportunity to get close to those confidential documents. As long as you have these, it is enough for your colleagues to convict you." "What is an NSA? It's an intelligence agency. This kind of agency is not a police force. It must have evidence to convict. For them, enough suspicion is enough for them to do something. I think you should be more straightforward. After all, too many lice will not itch. Before you are killed by the NSA, do me a favor so that I can close the case." Kai grabbed his hands and handcuffed him. "Of course, you can refuse. But I believe that the NSA will help me deal with this matter. After all, You know a lot of secrets, and the NSA will not let you stay in my hands for too long. With Kai's current deterrent power to the NSA, if Kai insists on detaining Gale and does not hand him over to the NSA will not have a good solution. So in order to get Gale in their hands as soon as possible, the NSA will accept Kai's request. Anyway, once the person is in the hands of the NSA, they can get any confession they want. Chapter 548 Flash Drive. In the end, Gale confessed. In fact, it doesn't matter whether he confesses or not. He is guilty of the death penalty. Don't think that there is no death penalty in the United States. It's just that some death penalty crimes are not written into the criminal law. Will the intelligence agencies report to the court when they purge traitors? No. On the contrary, if he is charged with murder, there will be a glimmer of hope. Because according to normal procedures, the Los Angeles prosecutors will file a lawsuit, and then the court will accept it. More importantly, Vivian is very famous. What's more, Gale is an NSA person. At that time, he will be charged with both murder and treason at most. In this way, the news value will be very high. Once the media reports it extensively, the NSA will be afraid to act rashly. In this way, he can save his life. As for the reason why Gale murdered Vivian, it is also very simple. That is, Vivian is too greedy. According to Gale's confession afterwards, he himself is actually just a patriot with dissidents. He exposed the secret files of NSA to Vivian alone, not because of money or anything else, but simply because he couldn't stand the NSA trampling on the Constitution. What NSA did was not only to monitor allies and enemies, but also their own citizens, and even reached a state of madness. He was indignant, so he wanted to stop this behavior from continuing through media exposure. Unfortunately, Vivian is a woman with deep scheming. She wants more than just this little bit. She wants more explosive materials, and then makes herself a benchmark for investigative reporters. Like the legendary reporter Woodward who exposed the Watergate incident. She set her sights on the NSA, one of the largest intelligence agencies in the world. A woman's way to conquer a man is nothing more than wine, sex, money and anger. Vivian is rich, but for a patriot, money has always been secondary. Similarly, Gale doesn't smoke or drink, and has no bad habits. So in the end, she can only use beauty. Agents are also human beings. Especially Gale, because she betrayed the NSA, she has been under a lot of pressure, and Vivian herself is a beautiful woman. So during one of Vivian's deliberate seductions, Gale fell for it. Later, during a secret affair with Gale, she put some drugs that helped Gale sleep in his wine. Gale trusted Vivian very much at that time. So he fell for it, and then Vivian succeeded in stealing Gale's flash drive, which contained all the secret information he stole from the NSA. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Gale was of course mad. He knew how many lives would be involved. He hoped Vivian would stop countless times, but unfortunately this woman who was blinded by fame and fortune didn't listen at all, and was determined to make it bigger. When the NSA finally couldn't help but take action and wanted to learn the true identity of the American from Vivian, Gale finally couldn't help it. He killed her. This was not a premeditated murder, otherwise, with Gale's professionalism, nothing would be left at the scene. But it was this little mistake that gave Kai a sore spot. Where is that so-called flash drive? After the interrogation, Kai chatted with his 3 generals in his office. Kai was not too interested in the contents of the flash drive. It was just a simple chat. That's not something we should worry about. Even if we know what's in it. It will only cause trouble for ourselves, Chap pouted and said nonchalantly. You can't say that. This thing is related to the interests of the country. If we can find it, of course we have to find it. Dan is different. He was born a soldier and has a stronger sense of family and country. Unlike Chap himself is a ruffian. It is rare to have a sense of justice. Anymore is just wishful thinking. Barry looked at the 2 big brothers. He didn't interrupt but was a little nervous. Kai looked at him strangely. Barry didn't know what this guy was nervous about. Are you free? Kai said to Dan. No, boss. I beg you, you are a policeman and you only get a police salary. Do you need to worry about NSA's affairs? Do they pay you a salary? If taxpayers knew you were wasting their money like this, they would send countless complaint letters to you tomorrow. Also, do you think that if you help the NSA, they will appreciate your help? I have worked with that group of people and I know their nature too well. If you really help them, They will definitely not be grateful to you, and will even doubt your motives at the first moment. Even if they find out on the end that you are helping out of kindness, they will only say lightly, "The country will remember your contribution," and then throw you aside. This is their job, and if you intervene rashly, they will only think you are meddling in other people's business. So, be quiet. The Serious Crime Squad is already busy with cases, and you still have the mind to help the NSA out of obligation. Kai's mouth cannon made Dan unable to lift his head. Since you are so busy, take these cases. The progress is too slow. You go and keep an eye on them. Kai took out some case files and threw them to Dan, asking his subordinate who had a strong sense of justice to give full play to his work enthusiasm. After talking to Dan, Kai turned his spearhead to Chapter. "You two, don't be so lazy all day. The anti-gang group is too busy recently, so they asked me to borrow people. It's just right, you go over and help. Those gangsters are a bit too rampant recently. Previously, because of the rampage of the Ghost Butcher, a large group of gang members who were originally at the top of the pyramid were purged, resulting in a change in the relatively stable gang power structure. Before the new power structure is formed, it is natural to experience turbulence, which also caused many newcomers who want to get promoted to become more active. Although there has not been much noise for the time being, the police have to start preparing for a rainy day, so the police department decided to take a new action to crack down on the gang's arrogance. In the past few days, more and more police officers have been transferred to the anti-gang unit. As the most important unit in the entire police station, the Serious Crime Unit has not received any personnel transfers. After all, the task of the Serious Crime Unit is originally heavy. But Kai couldn't just say nothing, so he simply let Chap, an idle person, go. The police officers under Chap are very capable, which makes him, the leader, often idle. He doesn't like copywriting work, so he simply goes to the anti-gang unit to train the newcomers. It must be said that Chap, a policeman who doesn't follow the rules, has a natural advantage in training rookies. He is familiar with those crooked ways and is very proficient in how to deal with those gangsters. This is a rare experience for many newcomers in the police force. Chap didn't refute, but shrugged and went out. Teach the apprentice to starve the master to death, that's what he said. The police officers under him were trained very well by him. After the two of them went out, Kai looked at Barry. Go on, Barry is a chatterbox, but just over 10 minutes ago, this guy didn't say a word. Very unusual. Barry didn't say anything, but took out a flash drive. Kai didn't even need to guess, he knew what it was. Where did you get it from? Chapter 549 Singles Party. After Barry left, Kai held the flash drive with a twinkling look in his eyes. Barry found it in a secret compartment on Vivian's desk. Fortunately, he was fast and turned the entire office upside down in 10 seconds before he found it. He had originally planned to hand it over to the NSA as he and Dan had planned, but when Kai said that, he hesitated. He was a good boy, but he was not really stupid. It was not worth getting into trouble for such a trivial matter. So he handed the thing to Kai. This was not to pass the buck, but he knew that Kai would definitely handle it properly. Kai held the flash drive and thought about it for a long time, but in the end he couldn't help it. He was also curious. There were indeed many secrets in the flash drive, such as where it was monitored, and some assassinations that occurred overseas. But Kai only looked at these for fun and was not interested. There were many things in the flash drive, but not many of them were useful to Kai. After looking at it for more than an hour, Kai originally planned to put the flash drive away and give it to Alfu when he returned to see if there was anything in it that could be used. But when he was about to pull out the flash drive, he found an interesting piece of information. It was an old intelligence, which said that in 1960, the NSA was ordered to plan a theft in Paris. They said that the statue they wanted to steal was a statue. In order to successfully steal the statue without being discovered, they commissioned a sculptor from the Art Museum of Chicago to make a perfect one-to-one replica of the statue. But strangely, after the NSA succeeded, the statue mysteriously disappeared. The NSA at that time spent a lot of effort to find it, but still couldn't find it, but it was not all in vain. In the NSA's guess, the statue should have been taken by the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which had just been established. By the way, the abbreviation of this agency is very festive SSR, and this agency is also the predecessor of SHIELD. Life is everywhere, Ares. Kai naturally knew the inside story of the disappearance of the Ares statue, but he didn't expect to find clues in such a place. SHIELD. Tisk. This is a bit troublesome. In terms of confidentiality, if we rank the intelligence agencies around the world, SHIELD is definitely in a class of its own. Not only that, because of the large amount of financial support, SHIELD's secret bases are all over the world. Who knows where they will hide the statue of Ares? Since it is so troublesome, Kai did not investigate it in detail. He planned to let Kingsman check it out. With their intelligence capabilities, they are better than Kai and Diana trying their luck everywhere. It was also because of this intelligence that Kai finally took the flash drive seriously. So he decided to check if there was anything else that interested him. This time, he really saw a lot of things. For example, when the NSA monitored the military, it was discovered that the military actually had an agency that was studying mutants. This is a shocking piece of information. Once it is exposed, the military can tear the NSA people apart. You have to know that the NSA was separated from the military intelligence department at the beginning, and now it has given the military a blow. In addition, the military is undoubtedly the largest force in the United States. It would be strange if they would be polite to the NSA. Kai was surprised at Vivian's courage. If Kai was in Vivian's position and saw this kind of information, she would definitely hand over the flash drive as soon as possible, otherwise she would definitely die. Fortunately, the NSA didn't know what information Gale had leaked, otherwise, Vivian's death would have been in vain. After solving this case, Kai handed over all the cases to the prosecutor's office, and they would bring charges. The only thing left was to testify. This kind of thing didn't require Kai to be present in person, and it was normal for such a case to be tried for several months. In addition, it was related to treason, so it was not unusual to try it for a year. So Kai also had time to attend Meatball and Sage's wedding. Originally, Kai planned to take Kelly back to Guard Town, but after the girl arrived in Chicago, she quietly ran to Europe with Diana and the others. When asked what they were doing, Kelly and the others were also mysterious, saying that they had something to do. Kai was very confident in the abilities of the three of them and believed that they should not encounter any danger, so he didn't care about it anymore. Not to mention that the three of them were independent people. Even if they really confirmed their relationship with Kai, he would not be like a paranoid and ask the three girls to report to him all the time. Mutual respect is the cornerstone of all relationships. So, Kai could only attend the weddings of his two brothers alone. Although this made Kai a little melancholy. In his previous life, Kai hated attending weddings the most. After all, this kind of occasion was the easiest to be asked about marriage, second only to visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year. For Kai, the Chinese New Year was a little easier. There were not many relatives in his family, and his parents died early, so there was naturally no pressure in this regard. But weddings were different. A bunch of old classmates and old comrades in arms inexplicably liked to arrange such things for Kai, which made Kai very annoyed. As a policeman, if he couldn't find a wife who got along well with him, how difficult would his life be in the future? Originally, Kai was interested in a household registration police lady in the police station, but he traveled through time. Now he is attending a wedding again. Although he is not too worried about others urging him to get married, it seems even more miserable for a single dog who has been single for 10,000 years to attend someone else's wedding and have to give gifts. No matter which world it is full of malice towards single dogs. Jade Town is still the same as before, as if time will slow down a lot here. After getting used to the life in the big city and returning to this slow-paced life, you will feel a lot more relaxed. When Kai drove back to the town, many people would greet Kai. Although he had only been the sheriff here for a little over a year, when Kai was the sheriff, the town had the most incidents. These incidents were enough for the town to talk about for many years. It's just that I don't know whether these incidents are good or bad. But the people in the town generally like Kai. In addition, Portman, the bastard, is back. Kai met this guy's car on the road in the town. This guy actually parked the car on the side of the road and had sex in the car with a woman dressed in vulgar clothes in broad daylight. It seems that this bastard has not changed at all. Fortunately, he hasn't taken drugs for a long time. No matter what, at least he has some bottom line. Kai and Portman came to Kelly's house together. The Sage family has already started to go out to hold a wedding for Sage. In addition, the families of colleagues in the police station also came to help. After all, Raukio is alone and has no family, so they naturally have to help. Originally, Sage planned to hold the wedding at his own home, But Raukio disagreed. Because they were getting married together, but what was the big deal about getting married in someone else's home? It must be said that Meatball's house is much bigger than Sage's. Meatball has no hobbies in his life except sweets. In addition, he always follows Kai and has little money to spend. Therefore, he has more savings than Sage. With a loan, he bought a farm directly. Now he is also a farmer. And the scale is not small. Sage spent a lot of money to redeem the family's logging and wood processing plants. In addition, after redeeming the ranch, he bought several more plots of forest land to expand the scale of the family business. The small treasury has been out of money. If Kai hadn't lent him money to buy land and build a house, he might have to live with his parents. When he was alone, it was naturally okay, but living with his parents after getting married was a bit too much. In fact, in the United States, living with parents after adulthood will be ridiculed. Originally, the tradition of Sage's family was that the whole family lived together, but that was before marriage. Meatball refused to get married at Sage's house, and similarly, Sage naturally refused to get married at Meatball's farm. Later, Sage's father suggested getting married in the church. Both of Saji's parents believe in Catholicism, and most people in the town are Catholics. But Saji and Raukio are against it. First of all, Saji is not religious. Although he was baptized when he was a child, he is not religious. Secondly, Raukio is of Russian descent. Although his family is not happy, some of his habits are still very Russian. He is an Orthodox Christian. You let him, an Orthodox Christian, go to a Catholic church to hold a wedding. Although Raukio is not very pious, he is afraid that God will blame him at this moment. Kai was surprised when he heard this. Don't Catholics and Orthodox believe in God? Why would God blame them? In short, the two of them are unhappy in various ways. Just like two awkward children. But from the side, this is also because the two of them value this wedding and do not allow any flaws. Fortunately, Kai solved it for them. Let them get married at Kelly's house. Since Kelly went to college, Kelly's mother Sandra no longer lives here. Her daughter has grown up and she doesn't need to be taken care of all the time. Now she is naturally free, traveling around the world, eating, drinking and having fun. So this house was vacant. Kai brought it over temporarily, and there was no problem at all for the wedding scene. Kai didn't even need to tell Kelly, he just called Sandra to solve it. After all, he had a relationship with Sandra. Actually, this didn't satisfy Raukio and Saji, but Kai was their boss, and his words were the most important. They couldn't disagree. Moreover, Kelly's house was the best villa in the entire GA town. The venue was decorated very carefully. Although it was not luxurious, it was definitely exquisite. Congratulations, Monica. Kai hugged Monica and gave her his blessings. Monica, an Indian from the Broken Rock tribe, was very, very beautiful, and even from Kai's aesthetic point of view, she could score 90 points. Coupled with the wildness of the Indians, this woman was full of charm. She was originally the wife of Case Dutton, the youngest of the Dutton family. And the Dutton family was the largest farmer in Minnesota and even in the entire United States. Because of the conflict between the Dutton family and the Indians on the reservation, as well as some other changes, especially Monica's brother was killed by Keith Dutton, and Monica's brother killed Keith Dutton's brother Carl, Monica and Keith Dutton eventually broke up. Keith Dutton did not think about redeeming Monica, but in the end, because of the Dutton family's affairs, Monica and Keith Dutton's son Tate was kidnapped. Because this time, her son was implicated in the Dutton family's affairs and was in danger, Monica made up her mind to break off with Keith Dutton. In addition, Monica no longer wanted to be involved in the family feud with the Dutton family, so Monica left the reservation and decided to find a safe place to raise her son. When Tate was kidnapped, it was Kai who rescued him with Meatball and Portman. It was also the time that Monica and Tate fell in love with the honest Meatball. After that, everything went smoothly. He is not handsome and has no money, but he defeated the handsome and rich cowboy Case Dutton and married the beauty. He also got a buy one get one free and got a beautiful son for free. It is so inspiring. See, losers can also fight back. Monica smiled happily and stood beside the huge body of Meatball, like the princess in Beauty and the Beast. Kai hammered Meatball's chest. It was a blessing to his brother. After a while, Sage also came with his fiancée Denny. Denny was Sage's first love girlfriend. When the town was polluted by rampant gangs and smoky world, she became a stripper who sold her body. Later, Because Kai and Sage returned and swept away all the mess in one fell swoop, she also changed her ways and worked as a waitress in a family restaurant. Later, she rekindled her old love with Sage. It can be said that lovers finally get married. But compared to Monica, Denny is relatively inferior, that is, the level of a pretty girl next door in a small town. But no matter what, money can't buy the one you love. As long as Sagi likes her, it's fine. Kai also gave the couple his blessing. After a chat, it's natural to move on to the reserved program. Farewell Bachelor Party. Farewell Bachelor Party is a traditional custom in European and American countries, reserved for newlyweds who are about to enter the marriage hall. In the traditional customs of Europe and the United States, the bachelor party held for the groom-to-be is called stag party, and the invitees are the groom-to-be's best buddies and most speculative drinking buddies. The only condition is that they are all men. The bachelor party for the bride-to-be is called ham night, and the invitees are naturally the best friends. The content of the party is extremely rich. Basically it is a gathering of friends, doing whatever they want. In fact, this party is originally best held 3 days before the wedding, so that the bride and groom can have enough time to recuperate and relax physically and mentally. But Kai was busy before and couldn't make it in time. Meatball and Sage are both good friends of Kai, so they naturally won't let Kai miss their party, so they waited until now. Of course, this is also because this is GA Town. There really isn't much entertainment here. There used to be casinos and shady nightclubs here, but as Kai swept away the evil forces entrenched in GA Town, these places were closed. Now the only place to relax in the town is a few bars. A group of people having fun in a bar, it's impossible to make a splash. This is indeed the case. Kai and his friends really just brag and drink in the bar. Red Tank and Logan also came. They are both lumberjacks from the Sage family. How could they miss such an occasion? But when they were drinking until 2 in the morning and were about to leave, the door of the bar was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a serious face walked in with a handsome Asian guy. "Logan, we need you now, Stryker." Logan's face immediately turned ugly when he saw the person coming. Chapter 550 Plan X. William Stryker, an officer of the Special Operations Department of the U.S. Army, has the rank of colonel and is currently the main person in charge of the Special Operations Department. The Special Operations Department is a secret organization of the U.S. military. Although the name of this organization is quite intimidating, it is actually not a regular sequence of the U.S. military. It is more like a private organization. It is a secret organization established by certain factions of the U.S. military under various names. It will not appear in any official documents. Stryker's identity as a colonel is true, but in fact, in the Pentagon's documents, he is just a civilian. Of course, if you think that the Special Operations Department is low, you are wrong. On the contrary, because of its non-existent characteristics, it can handle a lot of dirty work that the military is not good at handling. This makes it very powerful in many cases. Those fat military bosses are very happy to give this non-existent organization a lot of authorization. So although the Special Operations Department is full of temporary workers, it has sufficient funds and a lot of resources that can be called upon. Especially Stryker, who is like Steve Jobs, is very good at deceiving people. He is like those internet company entrepreneurs, who will exaggerate the projects he is researching, and then let those military leaders willingly pay for them. Well, it is very similar to Luck and Coffee. There is nothing, just telling stories to make money. Of course, those military leaders are much more generous than those leaks in the stock market. Anyway, the funds approved by the military leaders are not their own money, but the country's money, so it would be a waste if they don't spend it. And now, Stryker has started to cheat money again since the last Mutant Special Team project. The Ultimate Weapon Project. This is an extremely crazy project. Stryker is no longer satisfied with using mutants to make dirty words, because as long as they are human, they will have thoughts, and thoughts are the source of chaos. Under his leadership, the mutant team was invincible. But as time went on, those team members began to have their own ideas. The first to resist was Logan. Logan was tired of killing, so he chose to quit, and then the people in the mutant team left one after another. This was a big blow to Stryker. He was determined to launch a more ambitious project. He wanted to create a weapon that would obey his orders completely. The tentative name was Weapon X. And the most suitable target for this project was Logan. So he came. "What are you doing here, Stryker?" "I have nothing to talk about with you." Logan looked at Stryker with disgust. He didn't like Stryker because this guy was a bastard. Logan often thought he was a bastard, but Stryker was 100 times more of a bastard than him. Can you imagine that this guy killed an entire village just for a little bit of rare metal? This bastard never showed mercy, and would do anything to achieve his goal. He was cold-blooded and cruel. I know you are longing for a peaceful life now, but reality no longer allows you to continue like this, Stryker said very kindly. In fact, Stryker himself almost vomited. Few people know that Stryker hates mutants, all mutants. He once had a happy family, a beautiful wife and a smart son. But all this was ruined after his son became a mutant. His son can create illusions that make people addicted. At first, Stryker didn't want his son to be treated as a monster, so he concealed this fact. Unfortunately, his son was too young at that time, so he couldn't control his own abilities, so he went crazy. He was driven crazy by his own abilities. Then he began to be out of control and tortured Stryker and his wife with various illusions. His son didn't do it on purpose, but the illusion was out of control. Stryker's determination almost collapsed completely, not to mention his wife, an ordinary person. So one day, his wife took an electric drill under the illusion of her son and drilled her temple. Stryker hated mutants, hated all mutants. So he devoted himself to studying the abilities of mutants and extracting them for his own use, and creating mutant weapons to fight mutants. In fact, the X-weapon plan was just his established plan, and his final plan was even more ambitious than this. I don't care what you want to do, everything has nothing to do with me, Logan said resolutely. He didn't want to go back to that day. Not at all. He is doing well now. He has a stable job that doesn't make much money. Although it's a little remote, it's a big house. What's more, he has a beautiful girlfriend. Only a ghost would want to fight to the death. At this time, Kai came out of the bar. He could see that Logan seemed to be in trouble. Logan, are you okay? Hearing Kai's cry, Logan felt relieved. As someone who has seen Kai's true attitude, he knows how powerful this man is. Logan is a tough guy. He never likes to rely on others, but now he really hopes to get Kai's protection. He doesn't want to lose his current life, even if it's only for 20 years. He needs peace. It's okay. I'll be there. Logan didn't look at Stryker again, and turned around and left. Seeing that Logan was about to leave, Stryker immediately became anxious. He knew Kai. After all, his old enemy General Ross was beaten in the balls by Kai first, and lost his male function forever, and then was beaten into the intensive care unit, and he almost didn't survive. He doesn't care much about face. After all, what he did was not face saving. But being put in intensive care? Forget it. He doesn't like to be a jerk. Ross is enough for this kind of idiot. Victor. He is completely out of control. In order to keep Logan, Stryker didn't care about many things. Logan really stopped. If there's anyone else in this world that Logan cares about, maybe besides his girlfriend, it is only Victor. Has he finally come to this point? In fact, Logan also expected Victor's transformation. They have lived for too long, and in their long lives, killing has occupied most of their lives. Logan and Victor have experienced countless wars together, including the Civil War, World War I, World War II, Vietnam War, and even all the wars that the United States has participated in. Until the two met Colonel Stryker and joined the secret military organization composed of mutants led by him, it was still the same. In short, killing is a daily routine for them. In the long run, there will be only two results: numbness and boredom, or indulge in it. Logan is the former, and Victor is the latter. Before Logan left, he wanted to take Victor with him, but Victor didn't want to. He even persuaded Logan to stay with him. From then on, Logan knew that Victor had been addicted. He's hunting us, all of us. Stryker was talking about the mutant team. The members at that time included Wolverine Logan, Sabertooth Tiger Victor, Deadpool Wade, a high-tech mercenary skilled in swordsmanship, Agent Zero, a deadly marksman who is good at tracking, Shadow, a ghostly teleporter, Brady, who can freely manipulate electrical energy, Macho Martin, a flesh-based mutant similar to Meatball, with an extremely hard body. Now, except for Logan and Agent Zero, who were not killed, all others died at the hands of Victor. At some point, Kai actually came to Logan's side, and Stryker and Zero didn't notice it. The two people reflexively took a defensive posture. Soldiers, Kai saw a strong military flavor from them. Who are they? Logan, Kai asked. The X-Men plot will not appear in this book, so there will be no Magneto and Professor X. In addition, Wolverine was added because I like this character. This guy is too miserable, just a star of doom. That's why I want to give him a different ending. Please recommend. Recommendation tickets are free, and there are tickets every day. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.